What is up? Hey, purple guy. Hey, 12 hours. Yeah, it does look like this game is finally out of the standard definition TV dimensions. Looks like we're back to normal widescreen. I'll also brace yourselves for the loudest game you've ever heard when I click back onto this game. Okay, there we go. I've reduced the desktop audio, so hopefully it's not blowing up your eardrums. I know this almost like broke my speakers when I turned the game on for the first time. I don't know why FNAF games are so loud. I also don't know why they have no settings options. There's no audio setting, there's no resolution setting, you can't adjust the window size. You just get what you get. So here we are. Now, you guys kind of told me that this was like more of a game, I should say, than some of the other FNAF games where you're kind of like actually moving along and stuff. It's not just like a puzzle game where you're clicking stuff. There's like some game going on here and some story and lore. So let's take a look. Give a couple more seconds for people to join and get in here. Wait for people to start dropping those likes, you know what I mean? Let me know how's the audio. Is it good? Is it clean? Is it too loud? Of course, the main menu is probably louder than the game itself, but... Audio so far so good. Okay. Because one of the things I don't like about the game, not letting you adjust the windowed mode, is that it puts it in like the center of my monitor. And usually when I play games on Windows mode for stream, I move it up closer to the top of the screen, because my webcam is on top of my monitor that I stream to. So when the game is on in the middle of the monitor, I look like this while I'm looking at the game. So I'm like, you guys only like see the top of my head. But if I can move the game to the top of the monitor, then I can kind of like still be looking at you guys during the stream, which I like to do with this game. Just stuck right in the middle of the screen. Oh well, we'll get over it. It just looks like I got serious gamer face while I'm playing. Alright. I see that it shows a number 1. So despite there being story, you still gotta survive 5 nights, huh? Also looks like there's just 2 mascots. There's this one. And this is like the underneath of them. And then there was... Oh, no. Never mind. Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. Looks like they're all here still. There's Foxy. And Freddy. The whole gang's here. Alright. Let's get started. We waited a couple minutes. The YouTube notification should be going out. Now that we know the lore of the first 4 FNAF games, I assume that
Welcome to the first day of
that
your
Elizabeth?
exciting new career. Whether you were approached at a job fair, read our ad and screws, bolts, and hairpins, or if this is the result of a dare, we welcome you. I will be your personal guide to help you get started. I'm a Model 5 of the Handyman's Robotics and Unit Repair System, but you can call me Hand Unit. Your new career promises challenge, intrigue, and endless janitorial opportunities.
Wow.
Please enter your name as seen above the keypad. This cannot be changed later, so please be careful.
What, what's going on with the keyboard here? Is that normal?
It seems that you had some trouble with the keypad.
Yeah, a little bit.
I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. One moment. Welcome, Eggs Benedict.
Neat. This gives me Portal vibes for sure. But hey, what's up, Hebzane? Like this speaker guy, or like Portal 2, like it sounds like Wheatley, I believe that was his name. Definitely like a Portal inspired kind of deal of like, hello, You are about to experience abject horror and terror, possibly even mutilation and death. Isn't that fun?
You can now open the elevator using that bright, red, and obvious button. Let's get to work.
Uh-oh. Do you not? Oh, do I have to click forward to move?
Allow me to fill this somewhat frightening silence with some light-hearted banter. Due to the massive success, and even more so the
I was trying to hit
closing of
WASD
Freddy
to move.
Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment. Unlike most entertainment venues, our robotic
Why could I
entertainers
be
are rented
entering
out
through
for
the
private
vent?
parties during the day, and it's your job to get the robots back.
If
in
I was
proper
going to
working
some place
order
and they were
before
like,
the following morning.
hey, just
You are
crawl
now
through
in
the
primary
vent, I would be
control
like,
module.
nah.
It's actually a crawl space between the two front showrooms. Now, let's get started with your daily tasks. View the window to your left. This is the Ballora Gallery Party Room and Dance Studio,
I can't see
encouraging
anything.
kids to get fit and enjoy
Hey, what's up,
pizza.
Matt?
Let's turn on the
Do
light.
you work
and
at
see if
a pizza
Ballora
place?
is
Which
on
one?
Stage.
Pizza
Press
Hut?
the blue button on the elevated keypad to your left. Uh-oh. It looks like Ballora doesn't feel like dancing. Let's give her some motivation. Press the red button now to administer a controlled shock. Maybe that will put the spring back in her step.
Oh, no.
Let's check the light again. Excellent. Ballora is feeling like her old self again and will be ready to perform again tomorrow.
Yeah, just
Now
after a
view
little
the
bit of
window
shock.
to your right. This is the Funtime Auditorium, where Funtime Foxy encourages kids to play and share. Try the light. Let's see what Funtime Foxy is up to.
Note the faces on the wall. Yeah, I see them. This looks like Puppet here. And this is the clown. Ballora will remember that. I don't know who this is.
Looks like Funtime Foxy is taking the day off. Let's motivate Funtime Foxy with a
I don't want to
controlled
motivate
shot.
Funtime Foxy. Funtime Foxy's gonna want revenge if I motivate him. Also, I thought he was Foxy the Pirate. Why is he now, Funtime Foxy?
Let's try another controlled shock.
Two different Foxies? Oh, okay.
Looks like Funtime Foxy is in perfect working order. Great job. In front of you is another vent shaft.
We're happy
Crawl
for
through it
Foxy's
to reach the
transition.
Circus Gallery control module.
Yeah, good for Foxy. We respect all transitions here. From pirate to funtime haver. I can't wait for something to jump out of the vents at me.
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
Okay, GLaDOS, calm down. Who are the voice
On the
actors
other
for
side
this
of the
game?
glass is Circus Baby's auditorium. Let's check the light and see what Baby is up to.
I like this guy's voice, but I can't place it from anywhere. Celebrate.
Looks like a few of the lights are out.
Kellen
but we
Goff?
can fix that later. Let's encourage.
Is that
Baby
the,
to cheer
like,
up
narrator
with a
here?
controlled shock.
Kellen Goff sounds familiar. I feel like I should know him. Isn't this the one that, like, ate that one girl? I don't want to piss this one
Let's
off.
try another controlled shock.
Kellen Goff. Oh, Diavolo, yeah. He's awesome. As Diavolo.
Let's try another controlled shock.
Yeah, his that his like final fight speeches in JoJo Part 5 as Diavolo were definitely one of the moments where when I was listening I was just like, fuck, he is going hard, dude. Like that was such an insane fight.
Great job, Circus Baby. We knew we could count on you.
I didn't
That
see
concludes
Circus
your
Baby.
duties for your first night on the job. We don't want you to leave overwhelmed. Otherwise, you might not come back. Please leave using the vent behind you, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
I didn't see Circus Baby though. What's up with that noise?
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
Is that supposed to be me walking? Because that sounds like someone smashing on the vent. Never mind. Nothing's wrong here. They want to motivate you. Yeah, they want... Hey, you like being motivated?
Another day, another dramatic entry in the lives of Vlad and his distressed mistress. Where will they go? What will they do? All of that and more happening now.
Clara, I tell you, the baby isn't mine.
Count, I
That
tell
reminds
you
me
that
of
it
some
is.
Danganronpa
You're
motivation.
the only vampire I've ever loved. And the baby turns his bottles into powdered milk.
That doesn't mean anything.
He sleeps on the ceiling fan.
Upright or upside down.
What does it matter? You need to be part of your son's life.
I'm an old
How
man,
does this fit
Clara.
into the
I
lore
can't be a
of
father.
FNAF?
Well, then at least pay your child support, you deadbeat.
Will Vlad and
Did
his
Vlad
distressed
invent the
mistress
magic
find common
that allowed
ground?
souls to be
Tune
imbued
in
into the
next time.
animatronics? I mean, Dracula did have a lot of impressive magical abilities in Castlevania.
Daddy, you let the other children go see her. Why won't you let me go?
Welcome back for
Note the
another
color
night
purple.
of intellectual stimulation, pivotal career choices, and self-reflection on past mistakes.
Oh, I
We're
always
committed to
have
creating a
self-reflection
unique
on
and
past
fulfilling
mistakes.
work experience.
I don't
One
need
part of that
any
commitment
motivation for
is
that.
ensuring that you don't get tired of the voice that you're hearing right now. Using the keypad below, please select a new companion voice. For male, press 1. For female, press 2.
But there's no
For
numbers on
text
the
only,
keypad.
press 3. For other options, press 4. It seems that you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will autocorrect it for you. Thank you for choosing.
This is Siri on the
Angsty
iPhone,
teen.
like 20. I know what you were trying to text your girlfriend. I want to break up. I will correct your message and send it to her. I am all you need. How come Funtime Foxy doesn't have a poster, but the ballerina and Circus Baby do? This is furry erasure. Erasure. There's no respect for my furries. They should have a poster. Just the humanoid ones get posters in this
The
game.
elevator stopped. You know the routine. You can get out now or whatever. Stay here if you want.
That's like someone different.
So, funny story. A dead body was found in this vent once. Okay, so not that funny, but it's a story.
It's certainly a story. Maybe don't let your employees walk through vents for work?
Okay, let's start with your nightly chores. You should check on Ballora and make sure she's on her stage, but whatever.
Why do we need her to be on the stage anyway? There's nobody here at night, right?
Huh. I guess Ballora has better things to do. Let's zap her. That should be fun.
It looks like she's there, though, right? I'm sorry.
Let's check on Funtime Foxy. Make sure he's ready for showtime tomorrow.
Nope. Are we not we're not even gonna look at Ballora? We're just gonna let there be some weird noises and then we're gonna call it there. We're gonna be like, yeah, that's fine.
Great. Great. Great.
There seems to have been a problem with the voice synthesizer. Default settings have been restored. Please proceed through the vent ahead of you to Circus Baby's auditorium.
Wait, but we didn't... Okay, well, at least... Since we didn't shock Foxy, I'm sure he'll tell us to avoid coming into work tomorrow, right? When he finally breaks. He's gonna be like, don't come in. I appreciated that you skipped shocking me on the second night. So...
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
Just don't come in tomorrow. I just
Circus
certainly got
Baby
it.
had a busy day today.
Muscle cramp
Let's
in
check
my
the
back.
light and make sure she's in proper working order.
Or I guess like my upper shoulder. Hang on. Jesus. I've been adding more workouts to my like workout routine and it's not, my body is not coping like it did when I was a teenager.
Oh, Circus Baby, we aren't here to play hide and seek. Let's encourage Baby to come out of hiding with a controlled shock.
Wow.
Let's try another controlled shock.
She removed the
There
shock.
seems to be a power malfunction that
She
is affecting
knows.
our ability to properly motivate Baby. Please stand by while I reboot the system. I will be offline momentarily during this process. Various
seems like a
other
bad
systems
idea.
may be offline as well, such as security doors, vent locks, and oxygen.
Why would those be
Commencing
tied
system restart.
to the power system? Were no lessons learned?
Motion trigger. Entryway vent. Funtime auditorium maintenance vent opened. Ballora gallery maintenance vent opened.
Nope. Yeah, Piccolo had like the most
I don't
satisfying
recognize you.
neck crack of
You
all
are
time.
new. I remember this scenario, however. It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend their nights in a place like this.
A broken economy and
Anyway,
desperation for employment.
Maybe curiosity, maybe ignorance. There is
Oh.
a space under the desk. Someone before
'cause
you
I'm
crafted
curious
it into a
and I
hiding
have a
place,
passion for
and it
animatronics.
worked for him. I recommend that you hurry, though. You will be safe there. Just try not to make eye contact. It will be over soon. They will lose interest.
Oh, so this is the typical horror game thing where you gotta like hide in the vents. What is this? Why would I keep the flashlight on if I'm trying not to cause a scene? Hello? No one's inside. It said don't make eye contact, so I assume I just look away. I am ignoring you. I'm pretty tense. No. No. What the fuck? What do I do? What? She said don't make eye contact, so I just looked away. You gotta drag it back? Oh. Well, there was no, like, grab here thing anymore, so I thought it wasn't, like, selectable anymore. Okay. So I'm ready. Fucking crying child over there. Why would you have the flashlight on if you're trying to hide? Should I play with a controller? Does that make it easier? Also, what kind of vent has these holes? I'm sure someone's translated those knocks, right? Is he, like, knocking in Morse code? Wait, I don't... No. It, like, doesn't move. Why does it move so little? No. No. Hey, Godot. Hey, Francisco. I am not a huge fan of this gameplay. This seems like it would be a
When your guide comes back online, he is going to tell you
VR
that
game?
he was unsuccessful, that you must restart the system manually. He will then tell you to crawl through Ballora Gallery as fast as you can to reach the breaker room. If you follow his instructions, you will die. Ballora will not return to her stage anymore. She will catch you. The power will be restored shortly. When you crawl through Ballora Gallery, go slowly. She cannot see you and can only listen for your movement. When you hear her music become louder, she is growing near, listening for you. Wait and be still.
Thank you for your patience.
A lot of
It seems that
instructions.
the power system cannot be restarted automatically. You will need to restart the power system manually. Please return to the primary control module.
How's sister location been so far? We haven't really done anything so far. Well, I guess we did the first night. So when the music plays, I stop moving. Oh god, and then I gotta listen again. Didn't we learn anything from FNAF 4?
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
So this was the VR game, right?
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora Gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance.
Oh, this isn't
Deactivating.
Okay. So can I not do this? Because didn't the computer lady, the ghost or the spirit, whatever, said if you try to do that, you'll die. So do I not do that? Or was she just, you know, hyping me up to get in this vent? Oh, I didn't like that. Everyone has little reactions to getting clicked on. Boop. Okay. Alright, let's get in there. Well, let me sneeze first. Hang on. Like, put my hand up to the camera thing, because whenever my camera gets blurry, for whatever reason, putting my hand up to the camera focuses it.
Maintenance vent opened.
What the fuck? What? Alright, we're gamers now. You were too loud. You understand that's because there's a 100-year curse? What are you talking about, Devin? Oh, I'm out of cupcakes. Never mind. We got some more. Oh, nailed it. Hey, Garlic. Bonk. Boop. Oh, I'm a gamer. Your lore theory is that what's a 100-year-old curse? Damn. Hi, Amber. Welcome. Of course, why else would these animatronics be out to kill you? You couldn't see it because it was behind me, but she, like, evaporates when you, get the end of the thing. Why else would these animatronics come alive to kill you? What year do you think animatronics were invented, Devin? I guess would have to be my follow-up question for you.
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
The lower gallery maintenance vent opened.
I'm booking it. I'm booking it. We're just going for it. Okay, never mind. Do you get a minigame every time you die?
You will now
or
be
no?
required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
The lower gallery maintenance vent opened.
So when do I stop moving? Just like until the music goes away? Do 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 do. I hate having to listen for stuff. I hate audio cues. So what's she doing?
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Oh, how am I supposed to hear the fucker if you're talking, dude?
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
The lower gallery maintenance vent opened.
Dude, I'm gonna need hearing aids by the time I'm 40. Can she not see my flashlight? Oh, Ballora's blind. That's very progressive of Scott to develop blind animatronics. Good for him.
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
I can't really tell when I'm supposed to go. Oh, there she is. I can see her, so probably not now. Come on. Come on. I want to get to doing other segments of the game. Leave me alone. That sounds close. She's like behind me-ish. Why is she dancing back here if she doesn't want to be... I'm gonna have to do it again. We're just no lessons learned from FNAF 4. Stop with the audio cues.
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate
That's the real
myself
horror of this
momentarily
game, is that I
as
gotta
to not
redo the
create
entire
an auditory
segment.
disturbance. Deactivating.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
But I can't really tell what level of music I'm, like, not supposed to move at. Because the music never stops. And as we've discussed, I'm, like, basically fucking deaf. I can't really tell. Okay, like, that
It
sounds...
seems you are taking a long time. Please
far enough
proceed as
away.
quickly and as quietly as possible.
Like, she sounds really far away. Oh, she somehow got in front of me, though. Dude, we're never gonna get past night 2. Fuck!
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
Okay, she's far away. Now she's close. Now she's far away. And now she's close again. I think. Now she's far away. Never mind. She was not far away. I don't want to do this.
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate
Well, if
myself
I do it with the
momentarily
speaker, it's
as
gonna
to not
sound
create
really
an
bad for
auditory
you guys.
disturbance. Deactivating.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
Dude, I can't. Hey, Rosa. Are there any
You will now be
tips to
required to
this?
crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
Ballora Gallery maintenance
It's based
vent
on
opened.
volume? I mean, I got the volume cranked. Okay, she's far away. Dude, she sounds so far away. Alright, fine. I'll take my headphones out. We'll use my speakers. Let me know if the audio gets really bad here.
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora Gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
You will now be required
I'm too tone
to
deaf,
crawl through
man.
the
I don't
Ballora
know.
Gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
I didn't even hear it that time. The louder it is, the
You will
slower
now
you
be
have to go.
required to
But like,
crawl through the Ballora Gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room. It is recommended
What's
that
the
you stay low
password
to the
that
ground
skipped?
and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
this is my speaker, by the way, for my computer.
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Introducing telephone playstyle, yeah. God, I'm gonna be fucking struggling when I'm older to hear, dude. I'm like where she is, though. Where this is like where she dances around, isn't it? I'm sure this is very entertaining for you guys. I've never seen anyone do it this way.
Motion trigger breaker.
Well, you probably listen
You may
or
now
watch people
interface
who
with
can
the
actually
breaker
hear
control
things.
box. Using the interface may disrupt nearby electronics. If you feel you are in danger, feel free to disconnect the interface temporarily until it is safe to reconnect.
Okay. What am I doing? Is that the only time you have to do that? Hang on, I gotta readjust my speaker now so it doesn't fall off my computer desk, because I yanked the cable to get it by my head. Now it wants to fall off the table. Okay. Right. What am I doing?
Calm down and go back to sleep. Nolan is here.
A camera.
Go back to your stage. Everything is okay.
Wait.
Everything is okay. Let's go back to sleep.
I didn't hear the tutorial. It looks like my danger level is like super high when I do this.
Oh, calm down. I think it was just a mouse. Nope. Nolan is here.
It's like always max danger.
It's bedtime. Let's go back to our stage.
I don't like this. But it's like always max danger.
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room.
No.
It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
I don't want to do the dance thing again. So, I guess I don't really understand where you're supposed to, like, stop doing the reset during that segment of the game either. It didn't seem super clear, because basically the second you touch it, it goes max danger anyway. So there's really no solid indication of how close Freddy is to you. I'm gonna do this section again. Fuck, okay.
The lower gallery maintenance vent opened.
The danger just shows how fast he'll move? Oh.
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
I cranked my headphone audio up to over 100%, and that was super loud, and the speaker was super loud in my ear. I can hear, like, snoring. I feel like I would rather... I mean, maybe some people like this audio segment. But I would like a red light, green light or something at this point would be better. I feel like I have to be so quiet to do this segment. Which makes me, as a streamer, very uncomfortable, because I feel like I'm supposed to be talking all the time. It's like how I've coached myself to stream over the years. It's like, whatever you're doing, just keep talking. So you don't have those awkward moments where you're just sitting there.
Motion trigger breaker room.
You may now interface with
Because I
the
feel like
breaker
that's like
control
the
box.
rookie mistake that every
Using the
beginning streamer
interface may
makes is where
disrupt
they're just,
nearby
like,
electronics.
sitting
If you
there
feel
playing
you
the
are in
game.
danger, feel
Like-
free to disconnect the interface temporarily until it is safe to reconnect.
Okay, so the process doesn't go to 0 when you start lowering it. Okay, so we just see Freddy. We can get away with this first one.
Calm down and go back to sleep. No one is here.
Okay, and now he's back in his starting position, so I'll go to 50%. Oh, he's close.
Go back to your stage. Everything is okay.
He's still really close. Go, shoot.
Everything is okay. Let's go back to sleep.
Alright, we're gonna hit. Oh my god, it'll still...
Oh, calm down. I think it was just a mouse.
It will go back down. What happened to my flashlight?
Nope. No one is here.
I had a flashlight in the hallway where I didn't want to be making a scene, but now I just don't have it anymore?
You must be hearing things, silly. Calm down and go back to sleep. No one is here.
Out of batteries.
Go back to your stage. Everything is okay.
Okay, Ballora's online.
Everything is okay.
Now I can play the audio again. This is what it sounds like in JRPGs where your attack has the same the same like sound effect every time you use it, or the same voice line attached to it. All right, let's get 60, 70. Go away.
No one is here. It's bedtime. Let's go back to our stage.
Why is he here? God, if I never hear what Lance wants ever again, it'll be too soon.
You must be hearing things, silly.
Alright, let's get 65.
Calm down and go back to sleep. No one is here.
As long as you don't get greedy. Do you know who I am?
Go back to your stage.
Are you asking me to have patience? Are you asking me to not get greedy? Have you seen me play video games before?
Everything is okay. Let's go back to sleep.
Oh, he's like right in my face.
Oh, calm down. I think it was just a mouse.
Why does it say danger level's only like 2%? He's like right, he was like right in my face. Give me 40.
Nope, no one is here.
Let's get 60. Let's get 60.
It's bedtime. Let's go back to our stage.
Let's get 75.
You must be hearing things, silly.
Where is he?
Down and go back to sleep. No one is here.
Okay, he's close. I'm gonna play it again just because we haven't even started the next segment, so let's just reset him. There you go, he's back in his little pen. Let's get 25%.
Everything is okay. Let's go back to sleep.
Slow and steady, we're going back to sleep. Let's get 50%. Oh, ho, ho, he's on me.
It's just a mouse.
I'm gonna have to play it twice, I think.
Nope, no one is here.
He does, he's literally right on top of me. Let's get 50% again. No, 60. Oh, dude, he's camping me here.
Let's go back to our stage.
He's not going back!
Be hearing things, silly.
I'm going for it.
Great job. This completes your tasks for the night. Please proceed back through the Ballora Gallery with care, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Oh no, I gotta crawl through the Ballora thing again? The original Freddy was German. That would be as scary. Because I associate Germans with anger, not horror.
I can hear someone creeping through my room.
No, you can't. I would be dead in a horror movie because that's what I would do. Too much of a smartass. Or they'd be like, I can hear you, and I'd be like, no, you can't. I would never check the room first, though. I would never be the guy that leaves the group to go check the room. We're past the audio parts of the game.
As the
Fingers
sun
crossed.
sets,
Oh my god, this
also
is so
does
loud.
Another chapter in the saga of love lost
I'm gonna
between
fucking go deaf
Vlad
again.
and his distressed mistress. Can they be reconciled? Can their love rise again? That and more happening now.
Clara, the baby isn't mine.
It is Vlad. They had trouble catching him in the nursery today.
So what? Lots of kids get hyper and run around and stuff.
They had to knock him out of the air with a broom.
I have to go.
They're going to dock your paychecks.
They can't do that. I'm a vampire. I don't get paychecks.
You work the graveyard shift at the Fry Me Taco. Don't lie to me.
Oh, the humanity! When will the heartbreak end? When
Dracula
will these
work at
two
a Taco
ships
Bell?
passing in the night rekindle their long-lost love? Tune in tomorrow to find
How
out.
does Dracula not have generational wealth after being alive for several centuries? Come on, bro. Big L's.
Daddy, just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for
Doesn't want to raise his own son, doesn't even get paid? Yeah, come on.
Welcome back to another pivotal night of your thriving new career.
Thanks,
where you
Wheatley.
get to really ask yourself, what am I doing with my life? What would my friends say? And most importantly, will I ever see my family again? We understand the stresses.
That's
of
the
a new
reality
job,
of the
and
night
we're
shift,
here
by the
for
way. You do
to
start
help you
thinking,
reach a
man,
more
what am
stable
I
and
doing?
relaxing frame of mind, we offer several musical selections to help make this elevator ride as relaxing and therapeutic as possible. We offer contemporary jazz, classical, rainforest ambiance, as well as a wide selection of other choices. Using the keypad below, please
So
type the
who's
first
working
few letters
at
of the musical selection you would prefer.
Sister location here. Who are we?
It seems you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos. Now that your elevator experience has been
Michael, the
customized
older
to your
brother?
needs and you're thoroughly relaxed, it's worth mentioning that due to your lackluster performance yesterday, your pay has been decreased by a substantial amount. Please enjoy the rest of your descent.
You can't. It is illegal to do performance-based pay decreases. I hope the bongos play for the rest of the night. Who do you think plays the bongos? Do you think which of the mascots plays the bongos? Chica strikes me as a bongo player. You could hear the loop for where the bongo clip repeated. Fazbear lawyers are too good to care about legality. That's probably true, actually. Funtime Chica isn't here. Well, she's not here because she's too busy playing the bongos in the music room. Or in the radio room. Whoever's controlling the mic across the station. Fazbear Entertainment does not care for labor laws. That's true.
Due to unforeseen malfunctions from today's shows, your nightly duties will require you to perform maintenance that you may or may not be skilled enough to perform. It became necessary for technicians to attempt to disconnect Funtime Freddy's power module. However, they were unsuccessful. Allowing them to try again would be an inefficient path forward, as we would need to allow 6 to 8 weeks for recovery and physical therapy. You will need to reach the parts and service room on the other side of Funtime Auditorium to perform the procedure yourself.
Oh no, I don't want to go up against
Laura
Foxy.
first and make sure she's on her stage.
If you think about it, the Fazbear lawyers must be very good if you consider the fact that children died inside these like fun houses and they're still not immediately out of business. Like they can still keep going.
Great. It looks like everything is as it should be in Ballora Gallery.
Is it though?
Let's check on Funtime Foxy. It's important to make sure she's on her stage before entering.
Was everything okay with Ballora? I mean, I know we all have those kinds of days, but...
Great. It looks like everything is as it should be in Funtime Auditorium. There is no need to check on Baby tonight. Please refrain from entering unauthorized areas.
Baby?
Proceed directly to Funtime Auditorium.
I mean, we should go check on Baby because he specifically mentioned Baby for no reason, right? What do you guys think? Hey, what's up, Havs? Like, I feel like we check on Baby, yeah? It's kind of like whenever you're told not to do something, if you weren't gonna go do the thing, right? Like if you weren't gonna go skateboard in the hallway and someone told you randomly, don't skateboard in the hallway, you would be like, well, now I'm gonna go fucking do it. You know? It's not something you would ever think about, you know? But now that I've been told not to, I want to go see.
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
Baby! Hello. Oh, wait. How am I... What's the point of checking on Baby if Baby's gonna try and kill me? What do I need? I don't want to hide this.
Did you know that I was on stage once? It wasn't for very long, only one day. What a wonderful day, though. I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though, but children would run in and out. Some were afraid of me, others enjoyed my songs. Music was always coming from somewhere else, down a hall. I would always count the children. I'm not sure why. I was always acutely aware of how many there were in the room with me. 2, then 3, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 2, then none. They usually played together in
Not a
groups
very
of
popular
2
place.
or 3. I was covered
I
in
guess
glitter.
people are
I
dying.
smelled like birthday cake. There were 2, then 3, then 5, then 4. I can do something special.
I heard it.
Did
5.
you know that? I can make ice cream.
Oh.
Although I only did it once. There were 4, then 3, then 2.
The ice cream is a lie.
then 1. Something happened when there was 1. A little girl, standing by herself. I was no longer myself, and I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream.
Yay.
I couldn't move, at least, not until she stepped closer. There was screaming for a moment, but only for a moment.
Oh, well, then it's not that bad if it was
Then
just for a
other
moment.
children rushed in again, but they couldn't hear her over the sounds of their own excitement. I still hear her sometimes.
Ice cream.
Why did
Ice
that
cream.
happen?
Ice cream. I don't know why that happened. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that ice cream is a euphemism for blood and guts.
Motion trigger.
Is it
Circus
weird that
gallery
this
vent.
game's making me want to play Portal? I kind of want to play Portal. Like, the ominous robotic voice telling me what to do from the distance makes me want to play Portal.
FNAF auditorium maintenance vent open.
Thanks, GLaDOS.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However,
Beacon?
use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
Is it loading? What's happening here? It's just black. Is it bugged or is it this dark? You have to make your way across the room. Oh, hey, there was Foxy. What's happening? I'm not playing this minigame again.
Frenheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate
But
her.
how dark?
You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and
You flash the light constantly. It doesn't seem to flash the light until you don't see her. Okay.
Frenheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important.
Frenheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible.
Frenheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike
See, that
Ballora,
was a flash,
Funtime
by the
Foxy
way.
is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark,
Okay, there's
as to not
Foxy.
accidentally
There's
activate her.
Foxy.
You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get
There's
your bearings
Foxy.
and to ensure you don't bump
Okay,
into
didn't see
anything.
Foxy.
However, use it
Saw
as
Foxy.
sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service
Saw
room.
Foxy. Didn't see Foxy. Didn't see Foxy. Saw Foxy. Didn't see Foxy. Saw Foxy. I feel like that's the only way we can make it through half of these segments of this game is by just, like, verbalizing what we're witnessing. It's because I can't even give, like, a lot of commentary on this. Saw Foxy. Saw Foxy. Saw Foxy. Didn't see Foxy. Didn't see Foxy. Didn't see Foxy.
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and service. It
Hey.
seems that Funtime Freddy is out of power, which should make your job much easier. The release switch for the chest cavity is located on the underside of the endoskeleton jaw. To reach it, we will first need to open the face plates. You will need to press the faceplate release triggers in a specific order, and it's important to be as precise and as careful as possible. Locate the small button on Freddy's face, just under his right cheek, and press it.
Oh god, this part? Oh god. Oh god, what does that mean? Also, yeah, I feel like I gotta get used to, like, I gotta get in a different headspace of the kind of commentary that these streams should have. Because, like I said, I'm so used to talking all the time, but there's, like, so many audio and visual cues that you gotta be paying attention to. It's really hard to, like, commentate and,
Great. Now locate the button under his left cheek and press it.
commentate and do the game at the same time.
Great. Now carefully locate and press the button next to Freddy's right eye. Great. Now carefully locate and press the button just above Freddy's nose.
Jesus.
Good job.
Yeah,
the
we did it.
face plates should now be open. Locate and press the small button on the underside of Freddy's endoskeleton jaw.
Underside of the skeleton jaw.
Excellent. The chest cavity should now be open. Remove the power module from the chest cavity.
I assume it's the blinking
Great
red light.
work. You will now be required to remove the secondary power module from the Bonnie hand puppet. Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Where'd you go, Bonnie? Oh. Where'd you go? Oh, fuck.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Where are you?
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Why am I not moving? Aren't I supposed to be looking for Bonnie? Look at his head. Everyone said torso. Oh god, make up your fucking mind if you're gonna yell at me where I should be looking. Jesus. Alright.
Funtime Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Jesus.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
Foxy is very active. Can you let him creep up so his bow shows, then click it? If you look at him, he bails. Okay. You need to catch him in the corner of your eye and press the button before he can move.
Frontline Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora,
If we
Funtime
ever make it
Foxy
back
is
there.
motion activated.
That one was my fault. I saw them and kept moving anyway.
Frontline Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this
Oh
reason,
my god.
it's important
At
to
least
keep
in the other
room dark
FNAF games,
as to
phone
not
guys stopped
accidentally
talking
activate
after
her.
you got one game
You
over.
have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly
Listen
as
to this
possible.
guy give the fucking
Proceed
instructions
forward
every
to reach
time.
the parts and service room.
It's like when you die in a game and you gotta like rewatch the cutscene like right before a boss fight every single time. Looking like we got lucky that we got the parts and services in 2 attempts
Unlike
last time.
Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
Okay, we can move. Can't move. Red light, green light. Green light. Green light. Green light. Red light. Red light. Red light. Red light. Red light. Red. Fuck off! Jesus! Red light. Red light. Red light. Red light. Could you stop hanging out? Green light. Red light. No way!
Frontline Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason,
Foxy,
it's
I
important
already
to keep the
respected your
room dark,
transition.
as
Can
to
you
not
just
accidentally activate
let
her.
me through?
You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything.
I respect
However,
you
use it
as a
sparingly
homicidal
as possible. Proceed forward to reach the
animatronic,
parts
whether
and
you're
service
Foxy
room.
the Pirate or Funtime Foxy. Whichever you identify as doesn't bother me. So, just let me through the room. I promise you, I am an ally. Okay? You think this gameplay is better than FNAF 4? You should have seen me die to the audio segment of this game for about a solid hour before you got here, Habs.
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and service. It seems that Funtime Freddy is out of power, which should make your job much easier. The release switch for the chest cavity is located on the underside of the endoskeleton jaw. To reach it, we will first need to open the face plates. You will need to press the faceplate release triggers in a specific order, and it's important to be as precise and as careful as possible. Locate the small button on Freddy's face, just under his right cheek, and press it. Great! Now locate the button under his left cheek and press it. Great! Now carefully locate and press the button next to Freddy's right eye. Great!
Why would you
now
make this so
carefully locate
specific?
and press the button just above Freddy's nose. Good job. The faceplates should now be open. Locate and press the small button on the underside of Freddy's endoskeleton jaw. Excellent. The chest cavity should now be open. Remove the power module from the chest cavity. Great work. You will now be required to remove the secondary power module from the Bonnie hand puppet. Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Are there, like, hints if you're looking at Freddy's bow tie, which shoulder Bonnie's climbing up?
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module. Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Bro, where is this fucker? Oh, damn it. That was the first time we saw him.
Paradigm Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
Get out of here, Foxy! I'm trying to... We'll see what happens next time you need maintenance. Why can she be here like 10 flashes in a row? Okay. Hey, Guerrera. Welcome to the stream. I like to imagine that the light beacon is just like an old-timey camera with a flash. And that's why it operates in such short bursts, and there's like a... Hey, Floppa the Chad. Welcome. It's easy. I assume he's referring to this portion of the game. No fucking way.
Fairtime Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this
Real
reason,
gamers
it's
skip the
important to
parts
keep
and
the
watch
room
the story
dark,
on
as to
YouTube.
not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the
You have to
parts
look at
and
the corners
service room.
constantly. There's like not enough time in that half second that the room is lit up. But yeah, this is night 3, Guerrera. The infamous difficulty spike, though I will say so far, other than the Bonnie thing, this night's easier. Like, Foxy is easier to navigate than the ballerina.
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and service. It seems that Funtime Freddy is out of power, which should make your job much easier. Great. Now locate the button under his left. Great. Now carefully locate and press the button next to Freddy's right eye. Great.
We're
Good
speedrunning.
job. The faceplates should now be open.
We're speedrunning.
Locate and press the small button on the underside of Freddy's endoskeleton jaw. Great work. You will now be required to remove the secondary power module from the Bonnie hand puppet.
Bonnie!
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Kind of dastardly that the game doesn't explain to you, like, hey, Bonnie's a sneaky little devil. Moving ever so slowly, because we don't want to freak out Bonnie. Remember, Bonnie is more scared of you than you are of Bonnie. Very slowly.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Hope that you're not on the right side of Freddy. Okay. Maybe you're on the left side of Freddy. Nope. Okay, now we're gonna slowly move to the top of your head. Again, we're gonna keep checking in this rotational pattern, but this time I'm
Press the
going to
large
break it
black
up.
button beneath Bonnie's bow tie
We're
to
going
release the power module.
To the left. No, not there either. Then what about the right? Nope, not there either. At some point, Bonnie, you're gonna have to come out. So I can click you. Bro, I don't... What the fuck? They looking at his torso. We tried that last time.
Frenheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark.
That was my fault.
Frenheim Auditorium maintenance vent
Oh my
opened.
god.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate
How
her.
does the protagonist get jump
You have
scared
been
by
provided
a
with a flash
The bigger
beacon.
question is,
Use it if you need
how
to
does
get your
the
bearings
protagonist get
and to
killed
ensure
by a
you don't
hand
bump
puppet?
into anything. However, use it
Metal
as
or not,
sparingly as
it's
possible.
still a tiny little thing.
Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
Come on. Why is its head moving like that? Are the animatronics in the sister location also possessed by something?
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and service. It seems that Funtime Freddy is out of power. Great. Now locate the button. Great. Now carefully locate. Great. Good job. The faceplate should now be open. Great work. You will now be required to remove the secondary power module from the Bonnie hand puppet.
Looking at the torso.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
We're looking at the torso. And we're gonna wait until we see hints. Put your mouse on the far left corner. Okay. And now what? Gameplay.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power
Wasn't
module.
there. We're gonna wait till we hear a movement, and then we'll go to the right shoulder. Wait for it. Wait for it. They're gonna move any second. Maybe that means that Bonnie's somewhere. Because there's no noise.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
It sucks because I don't have like a full grip on the mouse, so I can click it, or so like I can move it slower, but then it like ruins my click accuracy. Bro, this game's so boring. Ah!
Fredheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike
Give
Ballora,
me
Funtime Foxy
out of
is
night
motion
3.
activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings.
This is
and
definitely
to
one of those
ensure you
cases
don't
where
bump
like the
into
lore
anything.
is like infinitely
However,
more interesting
use
than the
it as
games.
sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
I haven't played Security Breach yet, but maybe Scott should just consider a visual novel of the FNAF characters. You know, just stick with the lore that he's nailing. Do like, he could do like a Doki Doki Literature Club thing. Where as you're like going in the visual novel, the animatronics start out like all friendly. And they're like, hey, reader, let's go. Let's have fun at Freddy Fazbear's. Da, 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 da. And then, like, halfway through, Freddy's got, like, an eye coming out of his animatronic, but he doesn't acknowledge it. Just like in Doki Doki Literature Club. It was a good run. That was a good run. I'm sure the movie trilogy is going to be good. I mean, yeah, even if, like... I think it'll be hard for the FNAF movies to not be good, because there's a lot of acting talent in the cast for those movies.
Great job reaching parts and service. Great. Now locate the... Great. Now carefully locate and... Great. Good job. The faceplates... Great work. You will now be required to remove the secondary power module from the Bonnie hand puppet. Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Wait for it. Wait for the sound of movement. And now we slowly go check. Damn it! Wait for the movement. I'm like so hunched over because I'm like trying to listen and concentrate.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Got him.
Great job.
Get fucked!
You've acquired both power modules. This completes your tasks for the night.
Let's
Please
go!
exit the building through
Get
Funtime
fucked, you
Auditorium.
stupid shit!
And we'll see you back here again tomorrow.
You're the worst of the animatronics anyway, Bonnie. Oh, wait. Go slow? So this isn't like the ballerina where you can just walk back. What am I looking for?
Daddy, she can make balloons. Have you seen her make balloons?
Is it supposed to happen? Oh, okay.
Shh, be still and quiet. You've been sleeping for quite a while. I think they noticed that you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
Why? Why though? Why though?
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you.
I don't believe you.
I am only going to keep you for a little while. Try not to wiggle, though. You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was.
I'm just gonna keep you until the Stockholm
At least
syndrome
not the
kicks
way
in.
It was meant to be used. Too dangerous. It's just big enough for one person to fit inside, but just barely. You're in the scooping room. Do you know why they call it the scooping room?
Because that's where
It's
the ice cream's
because,
made.
Dummy, this is the room where they use the scooper. I thought that would be obvious. Isn't that a fun name for something? The scooper. It sounds like something you would use for ice cream.
Yeah.
Or custard, or sprinkles.
Yummy.
It sounds like something you would want at your birthday party to ensure that you get a heaping portion of every good thing. I wonder, though,
Yum yum.
if you were a freshly opened pint of ice cream, how you would feel about something with that name. Thankfully, I don't think
Red
a
flag.
freshly opened pint of ice cream feels anything at all. Uh-oh. It sounds like someone else is in the building.
Red flag.
Okay, bring her over. Forward. One. More. Okay, stop.
Who's that?
Down. Watch the step.
What happened to it this time? Just seems like these things can't go a day without breaking down.
Who knows? It's always the same, man. Some kind of hardware malfunction.
Well, hey, I have to be somewhere in 15 minutes, and this place gives me the creeps. Can we just get this over with?
It's all automated. We don't have to be here for it. Just get her on the rollers and we can go.
What's happening? Hi. Am I supposed to be doing stuff, by the way? Hello? Is that Circus Baby?
There's something very important that I've learned how to do over time. Do you know what that is? How to pretend. Do you ever play make-believe? Pretend to be one way when you're
I
not
make
really
believe
the
that I'm
other.
eating ice cream a lot.
It's very important. Ballora never learns. But I do.
What is Ballora
They think there is something wrong on the inside. The only thing that matters is knowing how to pretend.
Bruh. She just have a stroke?
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
Wait, what am I doing? What's that? What's that? What?
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the
Around
cameras.
the red one.
Now all you have to do is wait.
What red one?
I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
What?
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
They're all red. Bro, what? This is insane.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your
Are you
breathing
wiggling?
and your
Yeah, I'm
heartbeat are
wiggling.
causing them to come loose. You don't want
It's
them
A
to
and
get
D
too
to wiggle,
loose.
right?
Trust me.
It used to be harder. How could it be? There's one down. Touch up on the spring lock. Check the other side. Climbing. Nope. Knock him down. Yeah, I just shake when they're... I'm not just pressing A and D. I just shake when I see him, like, climbing up the tree stalks on the side. Okay, there he is. You guys can hear me when I hit A and D, right?
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
Is there any other visual that the little thingies are, like, getting on you? Nope. How long do I gotta do this for? I'm supposed to let that one in, you said? How am I supposed to tell the difference between which ones I'm supposed to let in and which ones I'm not? Come on!
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait.
I wiggled because I saw one that I guess I was supposed to let in. I don't...
Spring locks
They should be
wound
like a
up.
different color or
Your
something
breathing and
if
your
they're
heartbeat
you're
are
supposed to
causing
let them
to come
in.
loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
It's like... Because I'm like trying to manage these fucking 8 spring traps on top of like managing which one of the things I should be knocking off. Okay, I let that one in because he was in the center. That one's climbing up, knock him off. See, it's so there's like barely any difference. Okay, that one's climbing up, knock him down. Fuck. That one's climbing up, knock him down. Ugh. Dude. How can you do it more efficiently than I did? How? It takes 3 to 4 wiggles to knock him off. I never did more than 4 wiggles. I tapped the springs, like, I was going around in a perfect circle of tapping the 4 springs, holding them for, like, half a second each.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras.
Like, how could you optimize that?
All you have to
That's
do
insane.
is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
Okay, we go down and we hit. Knock him off. Knock him off. Perfectly done in 4. Now we have a little bit of a gap because we knocked off 1 from each side. So now they're just going to be coming in for the next, like, minute. I had to hold that one a little bit longer because I had the red light. We're on the left side. We're going up the list. We're down. Okay, now we're back down to the bottom. This guy's climbing up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. He's off. Down back here. Tap. 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 Just a second. Just a second. This is gameplay. This is a real game. We are playing the video game. Okay, back down to the right. He's climbing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we back down to the left. He's climbing. 1, 2, 3. We're sticking the boxes on this side. He's climbing. 1, 2, throw! I mean, like, we're at the point, I'm even counting, like, to make sure I'm not doing excessive wiggling. Like, this is super frustrating.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras.
Alright.
Now,
She's still talking, but we're gonna spend this time that she's talking.
I'd recommend
getting some
that you
bonus
keep the spring
credit
locks
on the
wound
spring
up.
locks while she's talking.
Your breathing and your
We're practicing
heartbeat are
rotation
causing them to come
of
loose.
up from top to
You
bottom
don't want them
across
to
the
get
sides
too
by
loose.
going to the bottom every
Trust
time we
me.
switch sides. That lets us see if one of those little bastards is climbing up the side. If he's getting too friendly, we tap. And we're back down. No one's coming. He's climbing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, back down to the left. Climbing. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's climbing up, but he's just going up the middle, so it's not a big deal, apparently. Really want to let them get right up in there. Climbing, nope. Just in the zone. I'm in my lane. Thriving. Successful. Climbing up. No, he's not. The fucking stellar gameplay of letting these things drill into my fucking brain. No, you are not climbing up. Tick, 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 tick. Dude, I don't know how you could do it any better. I really don't. I really don't know how you could optimize that any better, man. I've got it down to the precise number of wiggles that you need to hit to knock those guys off. I'm tapping each button. I'm not missing. Are you winding them all the way up? There's no way you can spend enough time on one of the things to wind them all the way up. If you spend the time to wind them all the way up, you're gonna die to another one spring locking.
I'll open the faceplates for you.
You gotta tap
that way they can
so they
find
like
you on the cameras.
They're not hitting their
Now
final
all
like
you have to do
undone
is wait.
position. You gotta like reset them so they
I'd
can
recommend that you
start
keep
ticking
the
back
spring
up.
locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want that.
Because if you hold them all the way like this, there's just not going to be enough time. And we'll try it, though. I mean, because obviously what I'm doing is not working, so we'll hold until they're wound all the way up. See how much time this takes to wind it all the way up? And it's so much time that you're, like, not being able to check. Who knows, though? Maybe this is the secret sauce, because what I was doing of trying to, like, just briefly tap them all wasn't working. That's what I've been doing, though, Godot. It's like, yeah, you just keep progressing through all the spring locks as the night goes. I mean, you can clearly see I'm not missing. You know, we wind them up like a quarter way. Like, we give them a 20%-ish nudge. Hey, Psyche. Brave person, yeah. That's one way to describe it. Oh my god. I need a break for a second. Let's take a look at some sister location reviews, shall we? Oh. Never mind. My mouse is like stuck.
Do is wait. I'd recommend that
I
you
have to
keep
like
the
close out the
spring
game
locks
if I want to be able
wound
to do something else.
Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want
Hey,
them
Hunchy.
to get too loose.
What if they have
Trust
spoilers? I don't really care at this point. clickbait. You're not Mr. Red. I don't get it. Oh. On your thumbnail you're wearing red? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't typically take the picture for the thumbnail the same day I'm recording the stream. I also don't have facial hair in the picture of the stream either. Oh, he was climbing. He thought he was getting somewhere. Maybe now the strat is we only tap on ones that are red. Just so we can go back and forth a little bit faster. Okay, but now they're all red. So that strategy is immediately out the window. I just don't know. What was this like before patch, man? This is insane.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you.
How can they
keep the spring
unwound
locks
any
wound up.
faster, dude? I'm moving
Your
between them
breathing
all
and your
so
heartbeat are
fast.
causing them to come loose. You don't.
I
want
literally
them
don't
to
know how they
get
could unwind
loose.
any faster.
Trust me.
Should you not bounce back and forth between A and D? Like, am I getting myself extra wiggles by doing that? Maybe that's what's going wrong? Should I only press to wiggle on whatever side they're on? But it seems like to wiggle you gotta go, like, back and forth. That's, like, the only thing I can think of at this point. Well, I only do one wiggle. Yeah, I mean, I just do A. Okay, yeah, I guess you can get them in two if you're just on... If you just wiggle the side that they're on. Because I was going back and forth between A, D, so I guess I was doing 3 wiggles instead of just the 2 that I guess you can do if you just hit the side that they're on. But still, I mean, that shouldn't be that tight. D, D... Because, like, look at how fast I'm going with A. Like, look at how fast I'm going in between these buttons. Like, I don't... How? This is not possible. There's no way. It's not like I'm missing. I'm not holding them on for like more than maybe 2 seconds. We've got the wiggle minimization down to just 2. Like, what is this bullshit?
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
I don't trust you. Down in 2. Down in 1 that time, but I pressed it twice. Tick 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 tick. Tick 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 tick. This is exciting gameplay. Dun 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 dun. Tick 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 tick. D. That guy was an aggressive one. He was on there. He was stuck on. It took 3 Ds to knock him down. Sounds like me on the average Saturday night. Am I right, gamers? 2, 3. Oh, the night's going longer, so they're taking longer to knock him down. One, 2, 3, knock him down. Okay, now they're all red. But that's what we expected because we're getting closer. Dude, there was nothing on the right side. When I left the right side, we checked. They weren't even blinking on the right side. God, dude, this is like...
I'll open the faceplates for you.
I don't even know like what else to say at this
Find you
point.
on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get
You have much more patience than me. I would have stopped playing by now. That's because I have an audience, you know. Did you beat this, Psyche, or are you just checking out FNAF's sister location? Thank you for your patience. I'll say I think I've kind of gone beyond the point of patience because I'm shitting on the game. Saw the stream and you recommended. Oh, really? Nice. We love actually showing up and recommended every once in a while. Too scary for you? The game's actually really not that scary. Really the only thing that's scary, I guess, is like the jump scare. But after you get jump scared once, you kind of like get used to it because you know it's going to be coming for you. Once you like they give the game away by like jump scaring you the first time. Hey, thanks for the subscription, by the way. Psyche. Slip Psyche. Once you, like, see the jump scare, it's kind of like, yeah. Oh, gotta work today? Sorry about that, Hunchy. But yeah, once they give the game away, then you're kind of like not worried about the jump scares anymore. Yeah, I could see this being easier on mobile if, because you don't have to jump. Yeah, maybe not having to jump between the sides would make this a bit easier. I've done the simple way of just watching gameplay. Mobile would be having them all up at once and being able to see if someone's climbing up at either side would be definitely be the way to do it. This is like so not fun.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now,
Oh, we're not having a good time. Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose.
Hang on, I need to refill my water.
You
I'll be right
don't
back.
want them to get too loose.
But use the mic to scream back and then have a chance to continue. Yeah, if I just maintain dominance and yell at them back, and I go away, then like I can keep going. God damn it! All right, whatever. Hang on. We'll be right back.
I'll open the faceplates for you.
That noise you heard, by the way, was me knocking over what was left of my water all over my desk.
Is wait.
Because I was gonna go refill it, but then
I
knocked over what was left.
Keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing
But
and
that's
your
fine.
heartbeat
It's
are
just
causing
water.
them to come loose.
Sometimes we give the desk a good watering every once in a while. You know what I mean?
Trust me.
It needs it. It's for a healthy gaming environment. Alright, we'll let this reset because I already have lost progress, and if you're not pixel perfect on this, you can't win. So, let's let him... let's see exactly how far he can go before you lose. Okay, so he has to disappear completely from view. So, I mean, I'm definitely not... There's no way that these guys are sneaking up on me. Because, like, we're never, like, letting them get out of sight. It's the spring locks that are getting me, but I don't know how you can... I just don't know how you could do this.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you.
I looked up the walkthrough.
Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep this.
Like, I mean, it's not like it's a mystery what to do, though. I think that's part of the problem. It's not like, you know, I'm like confused as to what to do. You gotta hit the buttons. I mean, you just gotta be like pixel perfect, I guess, or something. I Immediately start tapping and holding on all of the spring locks one at a time in order to wind them. Tap and hold until the clicking stops to wind them all the way. Well, yeah, we know that. Spring locks will slowly unwind and unwind more when you wiggle, so make sure to keep checking both sides of the suit and winding them. Yeah, that's what we're doing. No new information so far. I guess I gotta ask, does it not seem like that's what I'm doing? When shadows start to climb on either side of the suit, wiggles, swipe at the bottom of the screen to shake them off, then get back to winding, right? Spring locks that are blinking red are ready to blow. Make these a high priority. You'll make it through the night after a few minutes. Right, but is that... I mean, we're all watching the same thing, right? Like, it seems like that's what I'm doing? Or would one disagree? So I'll take honest feedback. I'm sure Habs was out there watching, saying I'm just bad at the game. He's been silent in chat. But he'll come back in a moment. I can now successfully click on the... I'm in such a pattern of how long I need to hold for each of them that, like... Or, like, how long it takes me to move the mouse for each of them that I no longer have to be looking at the screen to not miss the lock.
I'll open the
Is there...
face
Hang on.
plates
I guess,
for
let me... If you post the walkthrough...
That way
Wait,
they
is
can
there a
find
video
you
of the
on
guy that you
cameras.
posted?
Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose.
Okay, no.
You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
In the early game of this, before they really start coming, we're gonna wind these guys all the way up. But actually, since I wound up the entire left side all the way, now the right side is like already about to blow. See that absolute precision? We don't even miss. Let's do it again, shall we? Boom. Perfect stroke. There's a guy climbing up the right side. It's alright. Because I'm on top of it. No, wait. Because I'm not crazy, they unwind faster as the night goes, yeah? And we wiggle this dude off back on our right side here. The perfect stroke. A gamer stroke. One fluid mouse movement to get back up here. Oh, he's climbing. He is a climby boy. That's okay, I got him. Another climby boy. We knock him down. Nope. You... Can I move my mouse off the screen? No, I have to. Unless I close the game, I can't. Is there anyone watching who beat this that like has some like tricks and tips and tricks for me here? Like I don't know what else we can do.
Open the faceplates for you.
I tried to open another window, but now that the game has started back up again,
on the cameras.
I can't.
Now all you have to do.
You can only untab from the game. Is
I'd
to give you the code to quite literally skip the night.
String locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat.
I mean, we might have to do that. I don't know what else to do here.
Want them to get too loose.
Can I post a link? You aren't able to post links in my YouTube chat. I banned links in my YouTube chat a while ago because there used to be those like chat bots that would come in. Those like too sexy for you chat bots that would join this stream and then post like a dozen links to their like porno website or whatever. So I banned links in my chat so that way that wouldn't happen anymore. You can post videos in Discord. In my Discord, which is linked in the description below. He's a climby boy, but we're knocking him back off like it's a bad episode of Attack on Titan. You know, I have Discord. Well, it's a free app to sign up for. Knock the climby boy down. I think if this was like if this was more fun, I think I wouldn't be so like ready to give up on it, and like I would keep trying if there was a semblance of fun to this. But like, it's not. So I'm like pretty ready to give up. Hey Jade, welcome to the stream. Hi Sai. Also welcome to the stream. How am I holding up? Not well. FNAF sister location is emotionally and mentally draining me. He's climbing up the right side, but I knocked him down, but the spring lock's busted. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, what did you say the guy... What did you say it's called? I'm going to look up something more specific. How to beat FNAF sister location night 4 is the first result. The second you type in sister, it auto-completes to night 4. Hey, Taku, what's up, man? Oh, it won't let me exit the game either. Did it crash? And end task. Okay. And now we're gonna open up. Let's watch someone do it. How to beat FNAF Sister location. What the fuck even is the gameplay of this? I've been in and out, and none of the game seems to be something I can understand. Okay, so the basics of it are, um, you have 8 buttons on the 2 sides of your face, right? So you use my hands as like the peripheral of your gameplay, right? So on the far sides of each half of your face, there are 4 buttons like where my pinkies are on your face. And so you have to go in a circle and hit the 4 buttons like on the right side and the 4 buttons on the left side so that they don't smash into your face, right? So the goal is if you don't hit all 4 buttons on each side every so often, it'll right into your face. So you got to hit those 4 buttons in a circle, like you can see how my eyes rotate, right? And you got to hit the 4 buttons on the pinkies, right? So it doesn't smash into your face. And while you're doing that, little like demon baby children will be climbing up the side of your face, right? They'll be climbing up the side of your face. So when they're climbing up, you got to go to knock them off. But if you do that, you have to hit the buttons faster. Does that make sense? Okay.
Before we get into it, I'd like to once again mention my... Hey guys, Ambience here. Today
So what, you're in an animatronic? Yeah, we got stuffed into an animatronic. Okay, well. Let's see, how does this guy do it?
Sister location. This is probably the hardest night of the main game, and I know a lot of people really struggle with this night, so I'm excited to find...
How many views does this have? 225k. So, he's definitely, It's worth noting you'll always need to wiggle at 40 seconds, 120, 150, 220, and 220, 245. They're not random. Okay.
Finally make this guide. Now, before we get into it, I'd like to once again mention my community Discord server. I promise this is the last time for a while. I just wanted to make sure everyone knows about this.
Hey, dude, I've mentioned my Discord server like 5 times a stream.
FNAF game you want. Every now and then, I like to hop into a voice call with a few of you guys and coach you through whichever night you're currently trying to beat. I can identify mistakes and tell you how to fix them, or just give you general advice on what to do. You can also just...
Do you think he's still doing that?
...community and just talk about FNAF or whatever else. It's really awesome, and I highly
Oh
recommend...
yeah, even 4 weeks ago, he's still dropping FNAF tutorials. Good for him.
This is a night that relies on precision and game sense, but thankfully has very few RNG components. So let's talk...
Precision and game sense, the man says. Precision and game sense. Alright, let's see. Let's see what exactly that entails.
About the basics first. There are 10 spring locks, 5 on each side, 2 at the top, 2 in the middle, and...
I was bad at math, by the way. Apparently there's 10. I said 8, but, you know, whatever. Same point.
1 at the bottom. You should think of each of these as being like the music box in FNAF 2. Your goal is to wind them up as much as possible before you have to deal with other threats. I prefer to hold my mouse button down the entire time. You should hopefully have some sort of equivalent to this on other platforms. You're just going to go from spring lock to spring lock, winding one all the way up, then moving to the next one. This takes some precision to get used to. I still tend to overshoot it sometimes.
I don't.
You're going to start at the top left and work your way down one by one. Once you've wound up all the spring locks on that side, spin over to the bottom right and work your way up. You're just going to be going in a square the entire time. Top left, bottom right, top right, and back to top left again. Don't double back for any reason. Don't delay at all. Just follow this pattern the entire time and wind each spring lock to full. Now let's talk about the min arenas, which are the other threats on this night. So they will...
I forgot to mention the min arenas climbing into the suit from the middle can be ignored. They're not dangerous. They serve as a warning that the spring locks are about to start winding down faster.
Climb up the suit. From my experience, one always spawns on the right side first. So what you're going to do is keep an eye on that min arena climbing up on the right side. I like to memorize the position of the one that follows climbing up on the left side. So whenever I'm on the left side, I can kind of tell how high...
This doesn't seem as any different from what I'm doing. Like, literally, it's the same. He's holding it for a couple seconds, moving to the next. It's exactly what I was doing.
On the suit, the other one is, too, over on the right side. So what I like to do is just memorize that position, and then once the min arena on the right gets as high as possible, like...
Also, what's up, Havs? Nice job on coming back to saying exactly what I predicted you would say when you returned.
Not all the way to the top of the suit, but to the
Read
bottom.
like a
You can't
book,
say
baby.
slightly more, preferably.
Like a
And then
FNAF
you're going
book.
to wiggle 4 times. So on PC, you're going to do A, D, A, D, and this will 100% guarantee that the min arena falls off. Like, see,
See, he said 4, but we figured out an even more efficient method than what he said, is that if you just hit the one side wiggle, you can do it in 2, not 4. See, he made the same mistake that we were making at the beginning. So if this guy is able to beat it with his inefficient method, how are we not? Because notice he said do it in 4, which was what I was doing the first, like, half of the night. He said do A, D, A, D, but we figured out that if you just do D, D, or just A, A, you can get them off in 2. So, how?
I'm not wiggling as soon as I see the min arena. I'm just waiting until it gets pretty close to the top. Then I'm wiggling, and I get both of them to fall off. This is to maximize the time between the min arena spawns, and also to make sure that I shake off 2 of them at the same time. So yeah, you're just going to be doing this. A stopwatch is pretty much necessary for this night, by the way. A night in this, well, this night, I guess. This is one of the only time-based sections in the entirety of Sister Location. So it lasts exactly 3 minutes from the time that you can start winding up the spring locks. So that's how long you have to last is 3 minutes. And it's very important to use a stopwatch here because you're going to shift your tactics a little bit as it gets later into the night. So what you're going to know.
Okay, so he says there's a tactic shift. So maybe that's why, because I was doing the box strategy. I was doing the box strategy the whole night. So maybe here we're about to find out that you shouldn't be doing the box strategy, because he said mix up your tactics. So let's see.
Notice is once I get to about 2 minutes and 15 seconds into the night, then what I'm going to be doing, you're just going to be doing this until then. Just wind each spring lock to full and just follow this pattern over and over.
How does he have the time to go to full? Does he have like a different patch than I do?
The min arena gets really close to the top, then you're just going to wiggle exactly 4 times and guarantee that the min arena is going to fall off. So you're just going to follow this pattern until there's 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the night. And then what you're going to start doing is you're going to limit your max wind of one of these to 3/4 of the way. So pointing at the 3 position on the clock, I guess, that is the spring lock. So you'll see now I'm only winding these to a maximum of 3/4. Sometimes not even that high. Sometimes I'll only do half or just over a half. And then once it gets to about 2 minutes and 30 seconds or 2 minutes and 45 seconds, anywhere in between there, I prefer to lean more on the 230 side. Then you're going to start winding the spring locks to a maximum of half. If you absolutely think you can try going a few ticks over half. And then once you get to about 10 seconds left until 6 a.m., I guess you could say. So once you get to 250, then what you're going to be doing, you're not even going to be winding these things to half, right? You're just going to wind them a few.
This doesn't feel any different from what I was doing. Like, I don't feel like we learned anything from that. I don't mean that to trash talk this dude. I just genuinely feel like that's what we were doing. All right, let's run it back. We're gonna try it, but again, I just don't know what I wonder. Do I have? Is like mine just not patched? Like, does he have more time? Because it felt like he had more time.
Daddy, she can make balloons.
Oh, because I exited the game, I'm gonna have to like hear this whole cutscene again, aren't I?
Daddy, let me go to her.
Shh, be still and quiet. You've been sleeping for
What's
quite
the
a
most
while.
recent patch of this game?
I think they noticed that you never left the building last night.
Wow, because if we're gonna have to watch this whole
cameras were
cutscene again, I could look it up.
But they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
You have Custom Night? Yours is definitely patched? Oh, Custom Night was added later in the game.
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. keep you for a little while. Try not to wiggle, though. You're inside something that came from my old
Okay, so
pizzeria.
the most recent version of the game
don't
is
think it was ever
1.021,
At least not the way it was meant to be used. Too dangerous.
which is what I have.
It's just big enough for one person to fit inside, but just barely. You're in the scooping room. Do you know why they call it the scooping room? It's because, dummy, this is the room where they use the scooper.
It's so funny, the comments on Steam on the patch
Isn't that a fun name for something?
are still like, yeah, Night 4 is still like way too hard. Are you sure you fixed it?
Would use for ice cream, or custard, or sprinkles.
So many people are like, yeah, are you sure you did anything to Night 4?
To ensure that you get a heaping portion of every good thing. I wonder, though, if you were a freshly opened pint of ice cream, how you would feel about something with that name. Thankfully, I don't think a freshly opened pint of ice cream feels anything at all. Uh-oh. It sounds like someone else is in the building. Shh.
Okay, yeah, I got patched location, or I got the patched game.
Okay, bring her over. Forward. One. More. Okay, stop.
All right, yeah, we'll still give it. We're gonna give it the good college try here before we skip it.
This time, just seems like these things can't go a day without breaking down. Who knows? It's always the same, man. Some kind of hardware malfunction. Well, like, I have to be somewhere in 15 minutes, and this place gives me the creeps. Can we just get this over with? It's all automated. We don't have to be here for it.
All right,
Just get her on the rollers.
get this cutscene over with, please. If there are people working here right now, like they're working on the animatronics here, why wouldn't I want to reach out to these people working on the animatronics? Like, hey, I'm here. Because she said people were looking for me on the camera, so why wouldn't I want to reach out to the people in this room? Is there a specific reason for that?
There's something very important that I've learned how to do over time. Do you know what?
And how is this lady talking to me, but
How
the people in the room are not
pretend?
picking up on this
Do you
conversation?
ever play make-believe? Pretend to be one way when you are really the other? It's very important. But Laura never learns. But I do. They think there is something wrong on the inside. The only thing that matters is knowing how to pretend.
Rest in peace.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait.
Gamer time.
I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose.
Alright, so we rotate
You
them
don't
to the
want
3
them to get
positions
too loose. Trust me.
until we rotate them to the 3 position until the marionette or whatever the fuck the things are start climbing in. That's what the guide said. Rotate them to the 3 position until the marionettes start climbing in, and then you only rotate them to half. Then we only rotate them to half, so that's what we're gonna do. That's what the guide said, so that's what we're gonna do. to the 3. To the 3. That one's to the 3. That one's at the 3. Okay, you're past the 3. That's good. We'll take that insurance. You can go back to the 3rd position. You can go back to 3. Again, by 3, of course, we're talking about on a clock. Three on the hand dial. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We knocked that guy off. We're still rotating to the 3. That just like the guy that we watched said to do. Okay, now they're climbing in, so we're only going to rotate things to the halfway point. The halfway point. If things are beyond the halfway point, then we'll give them a little nudge just for good measure. We like having some insurance. You're going to fall off now. Thank you. You're going to fall off now. Okay. Like the guide said, not past the halfway point. We're going to get him to the halfway point, and then we're going to stop. Get him to the halfway point, then we're stopping. Get him to the halfway point, then stop. Get it to the halfway point. I'm just going to talk my way through this entire night with absolute focus, so that way we don't lose. Because I'm tired of doing this. Get to the halfway point, get to the halfway point, get to the halfway point. We did it. And here's another one. So apparently we only have to survive for 3 minutes, but dear God, this feels way longer than any Five Nights. I don't know. How could you do it any faster than that? What? We did it to the guide specifications. What am I missing?
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now,
the guide we just watched said you can do it in 4 wiggles. We're doing it in 2, so we should be doing less damage to the spring locks than what the guy said.
Locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose.
Alright, we're going to 3 o'clock on the spring locks again. Going to 3 o'clock on the spring locks. Is it like RNG? Like, what am I missing? This one's got a really tick. Tick, 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 tick. Knock you off in there. We go. That guy took 3, though. That guy took 3. We're going to let the little baby crawl up a little bit. We're going to let him crawl up. Because I think if you knock him down from higher, you can do it in less knocks. There we go. Okay, that one's in the 3 o'clock position, and we're going to the 3 o'clock position, and we're going to the 3 o'clock position. I don't know how much longer I can say that we're going to the 3 o'clock position. Well, we're going to the 3 o'clock position. It's 3 o'clock for the rest of the night. God, I really hope that we can get past 3 minutes of this game. Alright, let him climb up. Let him keep climbing up. We're going along with him. We're going along with him. We're going to get everything there, and then we're going to knock him off. Boom. Okay, he's climbing up. I see that he's climbing up on the right side, but we're going to tap all of the ones on the left before we go back over. And you know why we're going to do that? Because we've got the time. See, and there he falls. Now we're going to keep things up only to the halfway point. Only to the halfway point. That's all we need to do. To the halfway point. To the halfway point. And hopefully we're halfway through the night, right? Hopefully we are halfway through the night. And he's climbing up again on this side, but we're going to keep climbing along with him because we don't need to knock him off right away. We're going to watch as we hit all of the buttons on the right side, and then we're going to knock him off. Get fucked, dude. And on the left side here, we're going to reset all of these to the halfway point before we knock this guy off on the left. And why is that? Because we've got all of the time. We don't have all 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 the time. And we know that there are only 5 mannequins that crawl up the sides from watching the guide. We know that there's only 5, so we knew that there wasn't a mannequin crawling up on the right side of the screen because we saw the comment that they have guaranteed non-RNG spawns on the guide. So that was the 5th mannequin climbing up the side. So we had the appropriate amount of time. I mean, we've got it to a science, and we're still not clearing this. We watched a guide, we're counting it down, we're using clock hands as guides, we have minimized the number of wiggles that you can do.
I recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
This is the last attempt. I'm not doing this again after this. You can tell me what the code is, Ace, after this attempt. I am focused. I am zen. I am living in my lane. I'm gonna... There's no way I don't hear these ticks like in my fucking dreams tonight. Precision. We're still going to 3 o'clock on every button. This little brat's climbing up on the right side, but that's okay because we have the time to deal with him. We're gonna take the time to deal with them. I'm gonna hit all of the springs before we deal with them. There it is. And now we're back on the right side here. I see him. He's climbing up. He thinks he's gonna get me. He thinks he's gonna get me. He thinks... Look at him! Look at his face and how he thought he was gonna get me there. Alright, what's the code? I'm not doing this again. CD plus? Where do I put that code in? Do I just press CD and plus? Okay. I don't know how, like, anyone gets past this.
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait.
Plus.
I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
Do I gotta do it like on the menu? What am I doing wrong here? Does your keyboard not have the numpad? No. I have a gamer keyboard. So I just have... the like top row for the plus sign. So what am I doing? How should I enter it? Press them all at the same time? Do I do CD plus?
I'll open the faceplates for you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose.
CD shift plus.
You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
Skip.
Guys, the Gaming Cuber here today. Today I'm going to be showing you how to skip nights in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 without a numpad. Because as you can see, the plus is up there and you have to press shift, but CD shift plus doesn't work to skip nights. So I have a different way. So I'm on night 2, which I'll show you now.
The Gaming Cuber. This kid is about to tell me how to play a video game. Let's go, baby.
Loading, just like normal. As you can see, I'm on night 2. And then you just want to exit the game. Then you want to go to your Windows thing and search for the programs. Percent app data percent.
What?
And you want to hit the top one, roaming.
This kid's hacking the game to skip this level. What the?
And then you want to go down to MMF applications. Then you want to go to Freddy. Then you want to open your notepad. Then, if you just want to skip to night 5, then just backspace, hit 5. But if you actually want to have the game beaten, you want to go to beat game equals 1, beat 6
Okay, hang on.
equals 1.
We're about to become Hacker Man.
Beat 7.
Oh my god. End task. Okay. It like closed all my windows. The Gaming Cuber. I respect that name. Let's see. Let's see how this works. Okay. So I need to go to Windows. I need to go percent app data percent, and then I'm supposed to hit roaming. And then we're gonna go to game. MMF applications, sister location, open with a notepad. Change that to night 5, save. All right, gaming cuber. Now I gotta open the game back up. Alright, so we're gonna miss some of the story on night 4, but who cares? I don't give a shit. We've done it. Is this kid still making videos? Hang on, I need to give him a boost in the algorithm if he's still making videos. Oh, it's been 2 years. Anytime I get a guide that I find useful, I try to comment. Even if it's some dumb comment, I know the YouTube algorithm just gives you a bump because if you get comments on it. So I just try to do my part, and I'll just give them some dumb comment, even if it doesn't make sense, just to give them that little bump in the algorithm. Alright, after a long fought battle...
Daddy isn't watching.
Daddy wasn't watching, so we were able to beat Night 4.
Welcome back to your last day on the job. That is, the last day of your first week. Some of the most valued qualities that we like to see in new employees are determination, fearlessness, and a genuine disregard for instinctive self-preservation. You've earned your 1-week bonus, which will be given to you in the form of a delightful gift basket, the cost of which will be taken out of your next paycheck. We have gift baskets containing fruit, nuts, flowers, and of course the ever-popular cash basket. Using the keypad below, please enter the first few letters of the gift basket you would like to receive. It seems you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will autocorrect it for you. Thank you for selecting exotic butters.
Okay, you know what? I would take some
Please
exotic
be aware
butters.
that there
What
are
does that
still
mean?
2 technicians on site today. Try to avoid interfering with their work if possible. Also, feel free to ask them why they are still there and encourage them to go home.
Did we ever find out who the technicians were working on the ballerina? I'm gonna Google. Hang on, we gotta Google real quick. What counts as an exotic butter? If I just Google exotic butter. The first thing that comes up is Five Nights at Freddy's. That's funny. Okay. Essential Labs has an exotic butter cream. Oh, this isn't edible. Nourish your body from head to toe with the hydrating power of exotic skin-loving butters. This glorious base cream is already lightly scented and ready to use. This is from Essential Labs. Okay, it looks like most exotic butters are like a face cream. I don't really need a face cream. I mean, I do, but I'm not gonna buy them. They're expensive. Okay. Sorry. I was reading up about exotic butters. Anyway, I prefer erotic butter. I feel like that would be too sticky. You know? It's like when you try to use water. That doesn't really help either. You know what I mean? Okay, let's get in there. Night 5. I'm sure we'll beat Night 5, no problem. We're gamers here. In fact, I've actually never really had trouble
Motion trigger.
playing
Entry
FNAF
event.
before anyway, so I'm not really concerned. I'm pretty sure we'll be fine.
Let's check on Ballora and make sure she's on her stage.
Hey, Ballora, I know you got scooped last night, girl, but, I mean, we all kind of got scooped, am I right? Let's see, how you doing? Oh.
Great. Now let's check on Funtime Foxy.
Well, you know what? Probably deserved. And... Hey.
Great. It looks like everything is as it should be in Funtime Auditorium. Your task today will involve more maintenance work.
As it
Circus
should be.
Baby had a rough day and is in need of repair. You will be required to reach the parts and service room by once again sneaking through Funtime Auditorium. As always, please proceed with caution.
You don't think I'll finish it? I mean, this is all that's left is Night 5, right?
Opened.
If Foxy's unalived, do I really need to keep an eye out here? And yeah, I mean, I usually stream for like 6 or 7 hours, so like, I'm sure we've got time to cover what there is to cover. There's a second ending you can get. Aren't the usual the other endings are like
great job
you need to
reaching parts
touch
and
like
service.
obscure posters
Circus
on
Baby
each
has
night
been
in a specific
deactivated
order
for
or
an
something, like
unknown
it's a
reason.
visual novel.
It's your job to make sure she is structurally stable and secured to the conveyor. Our technicians will take it from there.
Can you hear me? I'm pretending. Remember how I said I could pretend? The cameras are watching.
This one's
I must
easier
be
to get.
careful not to move.
Other ending isn't
Something
difficult to get.
bad
Oh.
happened yesterday. Something bad always happens. I don't want it to happen again.
FNAF in a nutshell. Something bad always
Something
happens.
bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. I'm going to be taken to the scooping room soon, but it's not going to fix what's wrong with me. What is bad is always left behind. Will you help me? I want you to save what is good, so the rest can be destroyed and never recovered.
You see those wires behind baby?
But you must be careful.
These?
Ballora is here, in the room with us. Ballora will not return to her stage. Ballora will not return to her body. You must be careful. You must remain calm and listen to my
I'm
voice.
always calm.
There is a button on my cheek. You must find it and press it.
Man, I always have to like lean in so much to see in this game. Fucking... Hello? Oh, it's above her cheek. Okay.
There is a passcode that you must enter before you can retrieve me. Enter the code carefully.
What?
7.
What?
Fredheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
I need to pull up a number pad so I can see. Okay, let me bring up a number pad on my phone for reference. Man, this is a big fucking room. Okay.
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and service. Circus Baby has been deactivated for an unknown reason. It's your job to make sure she is structurally stable and secured to the conveyor.
My phone out so I know what number is which on the numpad. Open!
There is a passcode that you must enter before you can retrieve me. Enter the code carefully. 7, 9, 9, 1, 1, 7, 6, 2, 2, 1. Good. A hatch should have opened. Take the card that you find inside.
What hatch? Hatch.
Now you must turn back. I will guide you through Funtime Auditorium so you can reach the scooping room.
Okay.
When you are there, I want you to destroy this body. Put the card into your handheld device, and I can continue
What
to
handheld
speak
device?
to you. Now, press the green button to your left. This will send me to the scooping room.
Bye. It's just a flat JPEG rotating. That's really funny. What device?
You must follow my instructions in Funtime Auditorium. Ballora is going to follow you. She will try to catch you. I will help you avoid her. She will not follow you inside the scooping room. She is afraid. Go back now.
Alright, here we go. I don't listen to instructions well.
Stop. Go forward.
Oh,
and
this.
left.
This is what I was talking about earlier. This is basically red light, green light, or Simon Says. How far left do I need to go? Because I held left, and that's not what I should have done, obviously.
Fredheim Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
So much of this game is you just staring at a black screen. And then, like, doing stuff. Like, half of the time, I feel like people that tune into the stream will just see a black screen. And then, think I'm just sitting here. Forward and left? Right, but how much left?
And service.
Great job reaching parts and service. Circus Baby has been deactivated for an unknown reason. It's your job to make sure she is structurally stable and secured to the conveyor. Our technicians will take it from there.
Okay, what did we say the code was? 7.
There is a passcode that you must enter before you can retrieve me. Enter the code carefully. 4.
Oh, fuck. And it started at 7 last time, so I thought the code was like unique to the game. Oh. Why aren't there numbers on the numpad?
Fredham Auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Good thing I wore a black shirt so I can just blend into the background of half of what this fucking game is.
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and service. Circus Baby has been deactivated for an unknown reason. It's your job to make sure she is structurally stable and secured to the conveyor. Our technicians will take it from there.
I gotta pull up a number pad again for reference on my phone.
There is a passcode
I'm having a great
that you
time,
must
by the way.
enter before you can retrieve me. Enter the code carefully.
Yeah.
8 3 9.
Fredham Auditorium maintenance vent opened. Motion trigger.
Yeah, I don't know why you have to actually run down the hallway.
Great job reaching parts and service.
What's my
Circus
opinion
Baby
of the
has been
game?
Deactivated for an unknown reason. It's your job to make sure she is structurally stable and secured to the conveyor. Our technicians will take it from there.
There is a passcode that you must enter before you can retrieve me. Enter the code carefully. 4 7 2 2 4 8 8 3 7 9. Good. A hatch should have opened. Take the card that you find inside.
I mean, yeah,
Now
this
you
game's still
must
definitely
turn
better than
back.
FNAF 4, but I mean, that doesn't mean...
I will guide you through Funtime Auditorium so you can
doesn't really
reach
mean
the
anything.
scooping room. When you are there,
The worst parts of this game are all the audio-based problems.
put the
Go on.
card into your handheld device, and I can continue to speak to you.
It's essentially a giant game of red light, green light. You have to just, like,
You
listen
must
for audio
follow
cues.
my instructions in Funtime Auditorium. Ballora is going to follow you. She will try to catch you. I
Like,
will
having to
help
listen
you
to audio
avoid
cues
her.
is just so...
She will not follow you inside the scooping room. She is afraid. Go back now. Go forward. Stop. Go forward and left. going. Stop. Be silent.
Gameplay.
Go forward and left. Stop.
Gameplay.
Go forward. You are almost there.
That's huge.
Stop. She is right in front of you. Don't move.
Okay, then why don't you shut up?
He is here to help, Ballora. He is not here to hurt us. Ballora, he is here to help us. Go forward again. Ballora is behind you. She is afraid of the scooping room. She will not follow you.
Gameplay. Gameplay!
Warning, you've entered a highly dangerous area. You have entered from Maintenance Hatch 1B, reserved for cleaning and repair of the scooper. Entering this side of the room is strictly prohibited by unauthorized personnel.
Hey, it's Freddy.
You are in the scooping room now. Funtime Foxy has already been here today.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Funtime Freddy has already been here today.
And Bonnie, too.
Ballora has already been here today. Circus Baby has already been here today.
I forgot about Baby. We only saw Baby like
I've
once.
been out before, but they always put me back. They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here. There is nowhere to go when we look like this.
Who's that?
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
I got scooped.
Don't tell Daddy that I'm here. I wanted to watch a show too. I don't know why he won't let
Can't scoop me. I scoop you. Scoop you. I'm the ice cream man. I thought we were friends. So does that mean the ballerina was trying to save me? By trying to prevent me from going to the scooping room? That reflection is for Ghastly. No, they all wanted to get inside your body? Ah, okay. Amber Lee Connors is in this game. What? She's great. So does that mean Michael's dead now? Michael Afton? Does Michael Afton also come back, or is that just a William Afton thing? How long is it gonna say the end? Hello? What do I... Is there a gameplay mechanic here? Hello? somehow gets better from having his inside scoops out and possessed. So he gets possessed by like 4 spirits and he gets scooped, but then he recovers from that. He gets better. Damn, I guess life really does get better. Okay, it is escape. So what do you got to do to get the secret ending? What are we doing? Oh, what are extras? Making baby. Remnant keeps things alive, so when the blob of wires that is Enard removes itself from him, he keeps himself alive. Okay. Mystery person? What does that mean? Okay. Is there lore to this? Oh, you have to beat this to get the secret ending? I don't know if I have the mental constitution to beat this. Yeah, we might just watch a video. I don't know if... we might just watch a video on the secret ending. Are you sure I screwed up? I think it's salvageable. Do you have to do them in like a certain order or something? Wait, why wouldn't he eat the second cupcake? He was the only kid I had left. Oh, never mind. No, it wasn't. You need to use all of them before using on to the next type? Okay. How do you even get up there? Okay. Remember to subscribe. Who wants to listen to that music on repeat? I can't believe that was the second result. I would go... Literally, that sounds like torture. Alright. Tell me, Father, how should I beat this? Oh, you can't see it. His name is Father, the guy who uploaded this. Okay, double hit that one, double hit that one. And yeah, you skip these kids. Oh, you gotta be a gamer. Holy shit. I almost had this figured out. The thing that, because I was doing them in the right order. The thing that messed me up, though, was that I didn't have the, how to skip the blue cupcake. Man, this is a real gamer here. More. Ice cream! Oh my god, there's more. Remember that baby dialogue on night 3? Yeah. Get scooped! And that, unlocks what? The secret ending?
Motion.
Alright. Ultimix has all of the secret endings here. Don't spoil yourself. I'm not particularly worried. Does he have this? Is this HD? Oh, it's only 720p.
Ballora. Time Freddy has already been here for a moment.
Okay, you get scooped. And you look into the... Alright, that's bad end. Now what's next? So this must be... See ya, Flip Flip. Have a good night. Okay, this must be bad end, right?
You must follow my instructions in Funtime Auditorium.
And I assume you don't actually follow her instructions.
Access granted.
Wait, what do you do?
It seems that you have accidentally wandered into a restricted area. Due to the sensitive nature of the materials that you may be exposed to here, you will not be allowed to leave until the cleanup crew arrives at 6 a.m. So hang tight. Rest assured that you will be promptly rescued, fired, then sent home. Thank you for being an employee. We hope that your
This is
experience has
William Afton's office, right? In sister location? And then what? Do you basically play FNAF 1?
not been as regrettable as ours.
Why didn't you trust me?
Why don't you say, why didn't you listen to me?
Why didn't you trust me?
Because you were gonna scoop me. I've seen the other worlds in my mind's eye. Oh, there's 3 vents, though, you gotta monitor this time. What, like, difficulty of FNAF 1 are we talking here? Is this like a Night 5 difficulty? Doesn't seem like it. Why does he have a party hat on now, Inard? In the ending cuts, or in the ending screen where you got scooped, that didn't happen. They just had a metal exoskeleton. Where did Inard get that mask? You lose 13% per hour to power drains, so you only get 17 for yourself. That's crazy. This is the secret room from FNAF 4. Yeah, I remember seeing it when we were watching the timeline video. But you won't find a way out through me. The clown mask isn't there on night 5. But we see Ennard at night 5 here, right? God, so much of this game is just fucking black.
Prohibited by unauthorized personnel.
This is also night 5, right? They're not wearing a clown mask here. Do they just only decide to wear the clown mask if they're coming after you?
You. Then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
It doesn't really matter, it's a small nitpick. He has less and less time between movement opportunities as the night goes on, resulting in his movement opportunities being every 0.5 seconds. No thanks. No thank you.
As the trees sway in the wind, so also do emotions
The
sway
butter.
between star-crossed lovers.
Oh, he's got butter for his popcorn now.
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there.
I may be undead, but you're heartless.
You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
He ate the cat.
Sounds like something he got from your side of the family.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
The joke's on you. I found it in a kid's meal.
You bought a kid's meal? Oh, Vlad!
Clara.
As the hair on the back of a cat stands up straight, so also does the love between Vlad and Clara stand up against all obstacles. But what about the baby? What about the back child support? Stay tuned next season for those answers and more.
What about the bat child support? Uh-oh. How did they get to his house? See ya, Hunchy. The vampire is Fazbear Entertainment. Clara is Michael. It seemed to me that the vampire was supposed to be, William Afton. Is like the vibe I got from that. So why is this the, what was good about that ending, I guess? Is that really a good ending? The good ending is that the Ennard shows up anyway? Like, even if you make it out, like, you just don't get scooped? Nom 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 nom. What? This was an abrupt transition. I'm sorry, what? What's happening here? Why are they giggling?
Save me a dance for another day, perhaps.
Those are the things trying to get in your spring lock suit or whatever, right? It's everyone's favorite purple guy.
You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die.
No, he seems pretty dead.
You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die.
Oh. No, we're not gonna watch Ultimate Timeline 3, Francisco. Because doesn't that still require another FNAF game?
It's me, Michael. I did it. I found it.
Found what?
It was right where you said it would be. They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you. And I found her. I put her back together, just like you asked me to. She's free now. But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you. I'm going to come find you.
This was the teaser for Pizzeria Simulator, is it? Yeah, I saw Springtrap like show up at the very end there. Do people explain in the comments? Like how Michael just sits there and lets Ennard take his butters. Were you killed? Sadly, yes, but I lived. This was from Ultimix. This is the first video result if you just look up the secret ending thing anyway. Alright. Anything else in particular we should watch that relates to this game? That's kind of it for secret or sister location. Damn, Markiplier still holding down 54 million views. That's wild. Hey, it's me. If you look up sister location, it's me live. The preview shows me looking at the preview, and then the preview shows me looking at the preview, and the preview shows me looking at the preview. This came out 7 years ago. We're kind of catching up on the FNAF games, though. We're making good progress. There's a video about how people managed to perfect this. Everything solved. Bitch, this video was 2 years ago. You didn't solve anything. Actually, maybe they did, but I'm sure it's been changed now. I do not like his sister location. It sucks. The it sucks juxtaposed next to Freddy being like is so funny. It sucks. Hey, I used this effect in one of my videos before, that like stilted rainbow thing for a thumbnail. This is a pretty cool effect to do. Is this the video you're talking about? Oh wow, even the speedrun of this game still takes like an hour. Something called How FNAF's Custom Nights Were Perfected. Search baby X Funtime Foxy. That sounds scary. How FNAF Custom Nights Were Broken. Maybe is that what you're talking about? Oh my god, this is like an hour special. Let's watch. We can watch a little bit of this and see.
Throughout the years, Five Nights.
See how it's cooking. Who's this by? Minaxtra. Minaxa. What do they do? Are they still making content? As of 2 weeks ago, they're still making FNAF stuff. Oh, this video is actually like pretty recent. Oh yeah, he made the video of like, what happened to that one dude? More volume? Okay. So we want to watch this video? How players perfected custom nights? We've been doing like a lot of reaction to videos content lately on the channel. It's actually been pretty fun. I actually kind of like doing these, where we like react to these things together and like discuss our thoughts. I'm gonna get another sip of water, RQ, and then we'll start watching this one. But I'll leave the like video up so people know what video we're watching. 1 second. I'm not gonna play it while I'm not here because that's kind of a scumbag move.
at Freddy's has never really been regarded by the masses as a particularly difficult set of games. There have been, of course, a few exceptions.
Honestly, though, there's no way. There's no way. How?
Relatable. The first time I see Markiplier in a video, and I'm like, yeah, I respect that. That's probably right. Yeah. I agree with Markiplier for a change. How could you possibly do that? Hang on, I gotta... Did you finish Sister Location? Finish is a subjective term, I think, right? We did survive 5 nights, yes. We did technically do it. I didn't play for the secret ending, but we did technically survive 5 nights.
But no
It's also me. How in the fuck?
portion of any FNAF game has the potential to reflect this as much as the custom.
How's the audio? Can you guys hear this?
Custom nights have been a staple of Five Nights at Freddy's since its inception, being first included as the 7th and final night of the original game. The difficulty of the animatronics was based on a number scale ranging from 0 to 20.
We now know way more than I would like to know about the AI scale in these games. Far more than I would like to know. Yeah, let's actually, and then I can... But by God, do we know. Did you find your Mirage copy? No, not yet. I've been trying to work on the unboxing video, so I haven't had time, or I haven't bothered to like look for Mirage yet. I'm having difficulty getting videos from my iPhone to my computer. I don't know how people do that so easily, but like obviously I shot the video on my iPhone, and I don't know how to get the video to my computer. It's been a huge pain in the ass. I can't get the video from my iPhone to my computer in like full HD. Every time I do, it like imports from my iPhone at like 720p and like looks like shit. I don't know why that is. Hey Kuma, what's up, man?
0 being completely inactive and 20 being as aggressive as possible. Naturally, players of the game seeking a challenge would immediately...
Are you doing it corded? Like plugged into my computer? Yeah.
And with that, 420 mode was born. In this video, I'm going to briefly explore the history of the first 3 games' custom night challenges, how their strategies evolved over the
Probably you need a Mac. I do have a Mac, but I don't have editing software on my Mac. Maybe they want to push iCloud. I guess I can try downloading iCloud, but oh my god. Is Raid Shadow Legend? Well, no, I was gonna say, is it dead? But this video was uploaded 2 minutes ago. Or email the video to yourself. I can't. The video is like multiple gigs because I recorded on my iPhone in like max quality on my phone. It's way too big for Google Drive. The video is several gigabytes. Because it's like 25 minutes and in like max HD quality, so it's pretty big. It won't fit. I tried making a Google Drive account, uploading to it, but it doesn't work.
Discussion, the original 420 mode from FNAF 1 is often regarded as one of the easiest of the series challenges. However, back in 2014, this challenge was
Get an HDD.
impossible.
No, so the problem, it's the I'm not having a size, like a space problem. The problem is when I import the video from import the video from my iPhone to my computer, it lowers the quality of the video like automatically, and I don't know why.
Impossible by the game's own developer. However, a strategy was quickly formed that streamlined the gameplay to make its completion a possibility. Check the left and right doors for Bonnie and Chica, check Pirate's Cove for Foxy, close the right door between camera checks to avoid Freddy, rinse, and repeat. It It sounds easy on paper, but in execution, the required precision was brutal. After the strategy was developed, it was only a matter
It's always so fun to me to watch like speedrunners and like all these kinds of people who just can like absolutely break like the meta of a game when they find that like precise loop or that precise thing that they've got to do, and then they just crack the game wide open. And it's always so funny how like bizarre it is even to like the game's developer of like whatever game. They're like, yeah, I that's like so different from how the game is supposed to be played, but someone figures it out and is like, oh yeah, you just do this.
of time before someone would have the first successful run. But how long would that take? A few weeks? A month? More? Well, if you didn't already know, you may be thoroughly surprised to learn that it was completed less than 2 weeks following the game's release.
Of course it was.
The person who would be the first to overcome the challenge goes by the name Big Bug. Although they've been inactive for a very long time, thankfully their completion and even the full stream VOD are archived.
Please no delete. Please no delete. Also, I also like that I've never I've taken down like 1 or 2 VODs, but I only took them down because of technical issues. But I like that I also have like a complete record on my YouTube channel. You can see pretty much anything I've ever done and posted on my channel. The only streams I think I've ever taken down were ones that just had like massive technical issues. Like there was a time like roughly a year ago where I like was having a lot of internet issues and my stream kept like disconnecting, and one VOD was like so choppy it was like not even watchable. I streamed for like 4 hours, but only an hour actually made it to the stream because my internet kept breaking. And so the VOD just was like shit, so I took that one down. And then yeah, I took the Mafia VOD down because that stream was awful. And also, you know, graphic. But I think those are the only 2 VODs I've ever taken down. So I also have this like same archive that'll always remain of everything I've done, which I think is kind of cool.
Let's take a listen.
Okay, crunch time. 5 a.m. at 4%. It's more like 4.5, actually. This might be the run. Provided Foxy won't attack.
This is the run. This is the run. How many times have I said that?
1%. Foxy, please. Yes! 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 Oh! Sorry, guys. We did it! Oh my god! Oh!
23 hours. He did it for 23 hours.
It's done!
I wonder if he did it in one stream. That's wild. I mean, if he was trying to be
After that resounding victory,
he was trying to be the first to do it, so I get why he did it in 24 hours or whatever. Ranking FNAF games? I haven't we haven't played all of them. I still have to do like Security Breach, and I think there's 2 other games. I'm not sure I'm going to play the other 2. I'm definitely going to play Security Breach, so I'll give a ranking once I do Security Breach. I also kind of want to do like a review video of like the FNAF games once I'm done playing them all, while it's still like fresh in my mind. Was his location good?
Upload his iconic completion the very next day, which is how most people really found out about the challenge.
Oh my god! Oh, I did it!
Is this necessary? I've never been this happy about anything in my entire life. I wish I could have an ounce of that level of happiness. Oh my god, I wasn't that happy when I got my bachelor's degree. Fuck.
Now, you may have been wondering in the back of your mind why I said this just a bit ago. 420 mode from FNAF 1 is often regarded as one of the easiest of the series' challenges. Well, this is because we now have a much easier strategy that trivializes this challenge. Allow me to explain. So, there are 3 crucial mechanics that were either unknown or ignored.
So far the best, at least. Yeah, I think I have high hopes for Security Breach. I think Security Breach will be fun. Also, not a lot of people were interested in watching this video with me. The viewership dropped off like a rock after this.
When this challenge
but that's fine.
Taken. Number 1. Foxy is stalled by any use of the camera, not just Pirate Cove. Number 2. Freddy is also stalled by use of the camera, but only if you're watching him directly.
Are you doing Pizza Simulator? That's one of the ones I'm actually thinking of. I was thinking of not doing. But I guess what makes you interested in it, Kyler?
Chica also inhabits Cam 4B, but her sprite overrides Freddy's if she's present, which means you should always know if she's going to approach the right door without checking the light. With these 3 key details acknowledged, a new strategy emerges. Turning on the light and checking Cam 4B twice.
Because I guess I can do Pizza Simulator. Like I said, I was thinking about doing Security Breach next week, but if there's something particularly cool about Pizza Simulator, I guess I can do it next week instead.
If Chica appears, close it.
I just wanted to play Security Breach.
Once she leaves, which should be rather quickly, simply repeat the process. Since Foxy is being stalled constantly, it is overwhelmingly likely that he will only show up to the left door once in a night. In order to know what stage he's on,
this is so wild. The camera's not even popping up.
The right door must be closed for Chica anyways to check on Pirate.
You like simulators? I don't think it's a simulator in the same sense that you're thinking of. It's not like a surgeon simulator or a farming simulator, I'm pretty sure. Right?
You should stall the rest of the night out.
Hang on, let's take a look. Oh wait, it's like not on Steam, right? What's it on? Oh no. Oh, because it's not. Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator is on Steam. Okay, hang on. It's called Freddy Fazbear's, not FNAF. Jesus, how do you spell words? This is the gameplay? Oh, here's a trailer. Yeah, this is technically FNAF 6. I wish my dad would come back like Springtrap. Yeah, I can give this game a shot, but like I said, I want to play because FNAF Security Breach is technically FNAF 7, right? So I think I'm going to skip ahead to play Security Breach because I really want to play it. And then we can come back and do Pre-Serious Simulator in a different stream.
By doing absolutely nothing and just pray. The main issue the older strategy had that this one corrects was that running out of power around 4 or 5 a.m. was rather common and almost up to chance depending on interactions with Bonnie, Chica, and sometimes even Foxy.
VR is 7. Oh, Help Wanted is 7.
If he arrives a second time.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, everybody shut up.
These ideas could even be taken to a further extreme.
I like that everybody that does, like, videos on FNAF, like, everybody that does videos on FNAF, like, just also takes Markiplier's footage. Instead of recording their own FNAF footage, they're like, here's just a clip from Markiplier's Let's Play. Everybody, every single channel that we've watched for, like, a breakdown of, like, the lore of FNAF, the mechanics of FNAF, whatever it might be, everyone's like, yeah, put Markiplier's face up there. Kids like him.
You see, in Five
But I
Nights
suppose
at
it's not
Freddy's,
kids anymore. It's probably
animatronics
teens.
move on intervals. These intervals determine how often animatronics can partake in a movement opportunity.
We, like, know all this stuff already. This is a little bit of a
Nights
recap.
1 through 6 actually utilize the 0 through 20 scale for animatronic difficulty. However, the numbers change over the course of the night and never get nearly as high as 20. The number assigned to an animatronic determines its chance to move during an interval.
Right, yeah. We know this stuff. We kind of learned this in our, like, breakdown.
Difficulty value. Since the number the game attempts to generate could never exceed the assigned value if that value were set to 20, this means that an animatronic on 20 difficulty always moves on its interval, except for
Yeah,
when it
FNAF
starts
has been out for a while.
and Foxy. Once you learn
Yeah,
and
I was a
understand
teen when
these
it came
intervals,
out,
you can
and I
essentially
was,
gain
like,
a
just starting to do
mastery
YouTube
over
stuff.
Five Nights at Freddy's mechanics. With that, I want to introduce you to Shooter25, a FNAF YouTuber who specializes in completing difficult FNAF and FNAF fan game challenges. On February 5th, 2022, he uploaded a FNAF 1 420 mode green run. A green run is essentially a run in which you try to finish with as much power remaining as possible or another appropriately assigned resource. How much power did he finish with, you might be asking? Well, let's find out. Right off the bat, you can tell that Shooter's utilization of the cameras, lights, and doors is going to be kept to an absolute minimum.
You can see this is really funny too that a lot of, like, FNAF players and, like, FNAF speedrunners have, like, this mouse input thing over here. This is also really funny. Not the first person we've watched with this.
Because of his understanding of Bonnie's interval, he even flips the camera up while he's there and then closes the door because he knows that nothing could possibly happen to him. It's honestly kind of hilarious how little he has to do to complete Five Nights at Freddy's 1's hardest possible challenge. Foxy never even has a chance to show up to the left door for the entire night because he makes sure to open the cameras on the interval right before his movement opportunity can even happen.
To do this, to have, like, such precision on the interval, he must have, like, a stopwatch or something up, or, like, a counter, or, like, some, like, timer that he's looking at that, like, just repeats at the determined time.
Only attacks a handful of times throughout the night, and by 6 a.m., he has 26% power left.
No. Yes. Oh, shoot. That was like at 26.5 or something. 26.4. That's what record.
Yeah. I'm sure most of you assumed that completing 420 mode with that much power left was just impossible. However, you may not believe me, but it gets even worse. You know how Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica can only kill you if you use the cameras? Obviously, Foxy is put in place to prevent you from just sitting in the office and stalling everyone, but there's a certain quirk in the way that he functions that can be heavily, and I mean heavily, exploited. A user named Leftori invented a strategy based on this exploit. When Foxy leaves Pirate Cove, which is basically guaranteed on 420 mode after 15 seconds, a timer starts counting up every frame if you don't...
Oh yeah, this is the frame exploit that everyone was talking about, right?
When it gets to 1500, Foxy spawns at your door. Generally, at 60 FPS, this would be about 25 seconds, which is the figure that most people understand. But what would happen if we could somehow use a third-party program to alter the game's frame rate? Well, since the timer for the night counts seconds and not frames, you can beat Five Nights at Freddy's 420 mode without doing a single thing, as long as you manually set your FPS to 2 or 1. And that is how FNAF 1's 420 mode was completely broken.
That seems really lame, though.
We know now that FNAF 1's challenge was only the first of many, and the trend would continue with the release of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 just a few months later. Compared to the previous game, this game had almost 3 times as many animatronics.
FNAF 2, my mortal enemy.
Because of this, the game was inherently more difficult than its predecessor, and even to this day has a negative reputation because of its hectic and often seemingly unfair nature on harder difficulties. Before we dive...
Ain't that fucking... Alright, we can go back to normal speed now, because we kind of knew all that FNAF 1 stuff already from all the videos we watched. But is this not fucking the truth? This was literally me towards the end of the first FNAF stream.
Before we dive into...
Also, how is this... This has to be editing. There's no way someone could get the mask on this fast. Check this. From music box to mask, there's like no frames.
Before we dive into this game's 1020 mode, I do want to clarify a few things about the mechanics. This game uses the 0 to 20 number scale in the same way as the first to determine movement opportunities, and also has its own set of intervals. Even though it's called 1020 mode, you're really dealing with 11 characters and 13 if you want to get super technical. But all of the main threats can be separated into 3 categories: desk animatronics, vent animatronics, and what I like to call wild cards.
Do you like them,
Desk
though?
animatronics are the ones that trigger blackouts when they enter the office and stand by your desk. It's important to note that these animatronics actually force your camera down after a certain amount of time, so you can't just stall their interactions by hiding in the camera. Vent animatronics are the ones that show up to the vent opening but leave after you put the mask on.
The vent animatronics in this game, at least to the extent of which I played, really weren't that big of a deal. Of course, I didn't go into the extra difficult modes, but like the vent animatronics never really seemed to be that big of a threat.
And the wild cards are those that don't neatly fit into either category. Golden Freddy is a bit of a strange case, certainly a wild card, but he doesn't usually pose much of a problem. Foxy and the Puppet are obvious wild cards in that they have mechanics that are solely dedicated to them, but you might not expect that Toy Bunny is actually a wild card as well. He's not quite an office animatronic or a vent animatronic. He shows up to the vent, but then enters the office briefly after the mask is put on. The problem with Toy Bonnie is that he will sometimes take longer to perform his attack than he otherwise would. Essentially, he is a massive RNG-based liability.
I hate RNG. I hate everything with RNG. And that is why he was my least favorite. We announced that earlier in the middle of the Sisterhood run. I knew Bonnie was trash, and I also felt that Bonnie would just, like, take longer to let you take off your mask. But there we go. It's nice to see it confirmed by someone who knows what they're talking about.
And just an asshole.
Yeah.
The reason why he's such a liability is because of the music box. The music box winds down faster as the nights progress, and since the puppet cannot be customized on night 7, the music box is at its fastest speed, regardless of the...
That mask speed is nuts. I don't know how people do that. Maybe, hours of practice, I guess. I couldn't get it to go that fast in the one night that I played FNAF 2.
Of the other characters. With all of the mechanical context out of the way, what strategy did the community come up with? It went sort of like this. You'd prioritize finding the music box as much as possible until an office animatronic forced your camera down. Then you'd put the mask on, check both vent lights, and...
The Mario theme on this. I wonder if you can hack the game to put a key on to be the mask. I don't think so. I didn't really extensively look, but the problem with putting a key on the mask is that to put on the mask, it's a mouse stroke, right? So you can't really program like a downward mask stroke. Oh, but if there are console versions, then yeah, never mind. I guess you could make it be assigned to a button if you like emulated the console version. I didn't know there were console versions. Never mind. But that would make it hard to mod on PC, but if you just emulated the console version, never mind. That would be how you could do it so fast.
Although I did.
But I play on PC, so I was not able to.
Hard. Oh look, it's FNAF, one of the pioneers of the 1020 strategy, makes this look easy. But in reality,
I always think it's wild when you see channels like this and they get mentioned in these, and it's like everybody knows this channel because they invented this speedrun strat, this like core mechanic to a very popular game, and then the dude has like barely more subs than me. I always think that's so weird. Let's see how. Oh look, it's FNAF. Yeah. Does he just not upload that much? Oh, I guess he stopped uploading videos like 8 years ago, so that's probably why. Damn, stop uploading videos 8 years ago and still has more subs than I do. But still, like pioneer of a speedrun for a major game, 9K subs, wild.
Pioneers of the 1020 strategy makes this look easy. But in reality, he needed 103 attempts for the successful run.
I would never attempt something 103 times. I would never, ever attempt something 103 times. There is no game that I would attempt 103 times. Just, no. Nothing. I don't even know if I've played through some of my favorite games 100 times. If each night is 7 minutes, let's assume, because the guy's good at the game, obviously, if he figured out this strategy, but since he failed every time, or since he failed 102 times, let's do some math here. Let's assume he averaged like 5 minutes on these nights. So he would basically okay, wait. So it'd be 5 times 102. That's like that's like 9 hours of pure FNAF 2 gameplay on its highest difficulty setting. If we assume an average of like 5-minute attempts, because some were probably. Oh wait, no, I just totally did the math wrong. Don't mind me. Anywhere from like 6 to 12 hours of FNAF.
There are a lot of circumstances.
5 nights are the nights in FNAF 3. Well, remember, Francisco. Wait, no, I did the math right. Never mind. Remember, he failed, which means he didn't make it the full duration of the night, Francisco. I think you're thinking he completed every attempt. But if it took him 103 attempts, that means he had 102 failures, which means he did not hit the max night in. Hit the max time for each night in FNAF 2. So it would have to be less than 7 minutes, because it's a failure. So that's why I said if we assume it's like an average of 5 minutes. Because he's probably good enough to at least make it through the first half of the night. Okay, yeah, no, I was right. It'd be like 9 hours of straight attempts at this. Never would I do that.
In which your rhythm is thrown off, and a less skilled player would panic and fall apart instantly. He even made a separate video showing off many of his failed attempts.
how it feels to chew 5 gum and play FNAF.
While he was attempting 1020 mode, he made a Reddit post that he would frequently edit with his...
I tried to make a video similar to like what that guy did, what this oh look it's FNAF guy did of my Metroid Dread playthrough, and I also got tired of it like halfway through. I was trying to edit this video of Metroid Dread that was all of my deaths in my playthrough, and I ended up having so many deaths I scrapped the video. And I spent like several hours working on it, and then I just like tossed it in the trash.
Discoveries. And I'd like to add a quote from this post that...
People have requested it, so I'm going to go in depth about my strategy. Make it a short? Well, I can't make it a short because the video of all of my deaths in Metroid Dread was so long. It was like, even the edited down version of like just a couple seconds after the death was still reaching like 30 minutes or so. But there was still so many to go, I just scrapped the video. Anyway. People have requested it, so I'm going to go more in depth about my strategy. This strategy assumes you already know how the animatronics work, where they come from and how often they pop up, etc. The beginning of 1020. Wind up the music box. Keep winding until the dramatic music starts, because that's when you need to start flashing the hallway. Drop your camera, flash the hall, wind the music box for 5 or 6 ticks. 1 tick is the time it takes for the winding noise to play. Sort of a nasty sounding beep, hard to describe, but you'll know it when you hear it. Repeat step 2 until you hear pounding in the vents. From now on, you need to now check them. For the rest of the night, wind up the music box for 5 to 8 ticks, depending on the animatronic's positions. If you can't see into the hall or Foxy is in, go for 5 to 6 ticks. If you can see into the hall and Foxy isn't there, but someone else is, go for 6 to 7. Any more, you run the risk of dying the moment you drop the camera. If the hall is empty, go for 8.
Really shows how much of an issue Toy Bonnie is in this challenge.
For step 4, the longer you wind up the box, the more likely an animatronic is to force the camera down. If this happens, you'll need quick reflexes to get the mask on in time. Or if you wind the box for too long, some dupe might just ignore the camera and instant kill you when you put it down.
Toy Bonnie is the biggest bitch in the game. He sits in the right vent for a couple seconds. If you look at the cameras, he'll probably jump out at you. If you put the mask on and watch him crawl by, your music box will be unwound the hell up. Flash your lights a bit before trying to rewind, or Foxy will probably get you. And despite all of this, on November 13th, 2014, just 2 days after the release of the game, Oh Look, It's FNAF would upload his completion of...
He did it 2 days after the release of the game? 2 days after the game came out?
1020 mode. He even received a personal congratulations from Scott Cawthon, and the community praised them as a legend.
Yeah, I'm sure. A 9K sub legend. I can't believe he only got 9K subs from that. That's huge. 2 days after the game. I'm sure Scott said, like, congratulations while crying behind the computer monitors. I would hate if I spent so much time working on a game and then someone beat it, like, 100%, everything done in, like, 2 days. They were like, yeah, I fucking aced that shit.
Now...
Maybe he was one of the guys who got an early access copy. Scott sent them out to not only YouTubers, but to 420 scientists. Oh. Maybe he did.
Fast forward 5...
I wonder if that's why Springtrap is so random in FNAF 3. Yeah, maybe, because he's like, fuck that. No one's gonna beat this game that fast.
Years. In September of 2019, DJ Sterf, a prominent FNAF community member, uploaded an over hour-long guide on 1020 mode.
The dedication some people have to some games is astounding to me. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I respect the dedication to be able to put together like an hour and 15-minute compilation breaking down all of the features of a game, I think is insane. That's really cool.
At this point, the intervals were now considered portions of the strategy, and the comprehension level of the game had noticeably increased. However, he would outdate his own strategy 2 years later with an even longer guide video.
Another hour and a half.
The new strategy, pioneered by a handful of the community's smartest
Hey, it's that ambiance guy that we watched earlier.
contributors, was more reliable and had players winning easier and more often. Allow me to introduce to you the right vent camp strat.
Let's go.
The video begins by setting the stage with some extra clarification on game mechanics and knowledge. Though I won't go quite as in-depth as he does, I will be pointing out the essentials for you guys. For context, despite being called 10...
Just for reference, this is what the guy looks like, and you can kind of tell that FNAF has broken him. He looks like he hasn't, like, shaved or, like, cut his hair since he started, like, decoding the science behind FNAF, and it probably made him go insane. Relatable, though.
And 20 mode, in reality, every character in the game actually has their difficulty capped under 20. The night lasts for 420 seconds, and most of the game's characters have movement opportunities on 5-second intervals. However, the game's forced blackouts by desk animatronics I described earlier and Foxy's attack opportunities both operate on 10-second intervals. This means there are 84 minor intervals and 42 major intervals in a night. Since blackouts force the...
I wonder how much they needed to study this. Like, how much did they need to play to be able to get it down to an exact science? Were they able to just break the code of the game down to find out this info? Or did they have to, like, extensively research and replay these nights over and over again to figure this out?
Player to don the mask anyways, anything in the left vent will simply go away. Often you also have to wind the music box for a specific amount of time, and if you're too greedy, you'll get off of this cycle. It cannot...
I wonder if someone can program a computer only to play these games? Probably once it gets to this level of broken. Or like decoded, I guess. You probably could. Once you get the exact intervals down, you probably could.
Not be stressed how important it is to stay on it. The biggest wrench in this strategy, as expected, is Toy Bonnie. When Toy Bonnie arrives at the right vent, after the mask is put on, he has a 50% chance every 0.5 seconds to begin his blackout phase. If there's no other animatronic waiting to attack after him. Since the game doesn't allow a simultaneous attack from any given desk animatronic and Toy Bonnie, and the nature of 1020 basically guarantees an animatronic is always in queue to attack afterwards, the circumstance changes. Rather than 50%...
Maybe Toy Bonnie's too random to make a computer do this.
33.3% every whole second. This means that instead of having to wait 1 second on average, it's 3, including the 5 seconds of the attack itself. Although the chance is remarkably low, it is possible that Toy Bonnie could stall for the entire length of a fully wound music box, which is 16.67 seconds. Of course, this is assuming that you'd have a full music box at any given time, and assuming Foxy wouldn't have killed you already. There is an entire other set of hypotheticals.
This equation for the game. That's insane. Fully decoded. This guy is literally that meme of the dude with all the newspapers up on the wall, and he's like, I got it figured out.
Strategies that are used.
This dude's smart as fuck, man.
Phase relative to the interval that you want to be on, but it basically all boils down to trying to get back in phase as soon as possible, as it is significantly less comfortable.
He's why people smoke.
That cycle. Although I have grossly oversimplified this strategy, I believe that is the gist of it. A few months later, Shooter 25, who I mentioned earlier, would take this strategy to an actually rather logical next step. If the gameplay is so heavily based on intervals that are rather even, why not just use a timer? You might be wondering, why does this work any better? Well, let me quote from...
Yeah, why weren't people using timers? What?
The description of his video. Foxy's usual killing opportunity is every 10-second interval, but he shouldn't be able to kill you either if you are in a blackout or if you flashed him in the last 50 frames. Note that Foxy may still be able to kill you even if you follow this, but if you are consistent and fast with this, you should be fine.
Should.
That's why in this strat, I time the blackouts so Foxy doesn't kill me. Using an adjusted version of this strategy, Shooter was able to later achieve the pinnacle of skill and mechanical comprehension that FNAF 2 has to offer. He got a FNAF 2 1020 green run where the flashlight battery never depleted past the 4th bar for the entire night.
With my strat, LOL.
The main reason why this works should be pretty obvious at this point. It's just really understanding how Foxy's interval works to an incredible degree, and the timer certainly helps. And that's how FNAF 2's 1020 mode was completely broken.
Yeah, the science of video games is really cool. I always like watching how some people do this shit. It's pretty nuts.
Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was a little bit of a game changer. The mechanics were wildly different from anything we'd seen before, and the game was definitely on the easier side compared to the previous two overall.
Did we play the same FNAF 3? If you set Foxy to 0 on custom night, he'll still be active. That's so annoying.
Of the entire roster of characters, only one of them could actually end your night, and the rest were avoidable if you were skilled and knowledgeable enough. However, at the beginning, most people kind of just weren't. The game also lacked a Night 7 at all, instead having options you could toggle and then play any part of the game with. Night 6, which is labeled as Nightmare, was the hardest night. So, naturally, playing Night 6 with the only toggle that actually made the game harder, Aggressive, was FNAF 3's hardest available challenge, Aggressive Nightmare Mode. It was difficult to find the person credited as the first victor of this mode, in all honesty. I was able to find footage and a Steam forum page from the alleged second victor, posted 3 days after the game was released, and that victor credits a user named Sinpai, but I can't find the video. His strategy was really messy, and he almost died at the very end. After this, honestly, it didn't take long for players.
His strategy was messy, and he almost died. That's how I live my life.
To come up with effective strategies.
Also, like on the timeline bar here, let me hide the webcam again. You can see the difference in how long it took them to do stuff. FNAF 1 is like this whole massive chunk. FNAF 2 is even bigger, but FNAF 3 is just like a footnote.
Even vaguely
also funny that FNAF 4 is not in this. LOL.
Today. The only difference between what people used to do and what people do now is the efficiency in its execution. There's two modern strategies to this challenge now, but the main one was pioneered by a user named True Player.
True Player!
The premise is to try to keep Springtrap in the middle of the map. To some of you, this may seem a little counterintuitive, especially if you never tried this challenge. After all, the center of the building is closer to you than the far corner on the other side, right?
Indeed.
Well, not quite. You see, the vents need to be taken into account. Overall, the safest possible camera to keep him in is Cam 6. It has the best combination of lack of phantom animatronic opportunities and proximity from vents that can kill you, as long as you seal Cam 12. Unfortunately, though, keeping him in Cam 6 is a luxury you'll hardly ever have, as Springtrap's movement is completely random. So,
RNG!
What about the errors? Let me explain how they work. The order of priority should be audio error over camera error over ventilation.
Oh, this is the exact opposite of the order I handled these issues. I did vent, camera, audio.
Error. The audio lures are your main weapon against Springtrap, but you can only use them twice before they need to be reset. The cameras are important, but there's a lot of information at your disposal that you can use to supplement them. Even when the cameras are disabled, you can use the extra long static to know whether or not an audio lure successfully moved Springtrap to the camera you're looking at. The camera errors are also based on how long you actually use the cameras. So if you use them sparingly, the errors will appear less often. On top of that, audio cues in this game are massively important. Springtrap has audible footsteps, both in and out of the vents.
What?
The scary ambience starts and gets louder the closer he is to the office, which you can use to tell.
Can you just juke out Foxy? That was wild. Did you see that?
The ambience starts and gets louder.
You just be like, nah,
to the office,
Frank.
Which you can use to tell where he's at with no visuals at all.
Lure fails. What? Why would it fail?
With all of these factors combined, it's no wonder why the cameras are less important than the lures. But how about the ventilation? Well, the priority order that I gave just a bit ago is a teeny bit misleading. The ventilation errors should be your top priority if they happen. However, as long as you don't have any run-ins with phantoms and use the cameras regularly, this should never happen. That is why I placed it where I did. Because of the fact that you shouldn't have to reboot the ventilation unless you make a mistake, which may happen once or twice during a run, it's fairly unlikely you will ever have all three errors at once, especially if you're managing your resources correctly. Therefore, using the reboot all button is almost always a completely terrible idea.
I knew that.
It simply takes too long and allows Springtrap a high likelihood of ending your night, along with your life. Instead, the ventilation should be prioritized, then the audio, then the cams, if all three of them are there.
He clickbaited me.
If all of that sounds complicated, it kinda is. So it's safest to avoid
Why? What was the decision to use Super Mario Sunshine music over this video? What? It's so tonally weird. He's got Super Mario Sunshine beach music playing in the background of this.
Phantom interactions and simply get better at the game to avoid this happening. Speaking of phantoms, funnily enough, you actually can't get jump scared by the same phantom twice in one night. Another sort of padding game design choice related to the phantoms is that they actually can't attack you until 1 a.m., except for Foxy for some reason. Springtrap also cannot climb through vents until 1 a.m. And with all of that being said, that's essentially it for the strategy in this game. Using this understanding, Shooter was able to beat the night without getting a single error, posting the video in February of 2021. This signified an absolute mastery over this challenge and over this game. Now, normally, this would be the part where I show off a green run. However, this game doesn't have anything that could resemble a power meter. Or does it? Well, if you remember way earlier in the video, I did say that if there was no power, that a green run could technically represent another appropriate resource. How about beating the night without any audio lures? A user named Freddy Game Player had made a shocking realization about the game's mechanics. Since Phantom animatronics can't attack twice in one night and Phantom Freddy has a chance to show up right around 1 a.m., you can get him to jump scare you on purpose, while being ready to reset the ventilation straight away. Then, if timed correctly, Springtrap should be right about to enter your office. If you let him enter the office and scroll to the right side and briefly open your camera every 8 to 10 seconds, you can stall his jump scare in a state where he cannot move away from you and prevent ventilation errors by opening that camera regularly. If you do this right, you can skip almost the entire night's gameplay. And that's how FNAF 3's Aggressive Nightmare mode was completely broken.
Wild.
Five Nights at Freddy's 4, like its predecessor, was a complete game changer in terms of gameplay. Although FNAF 3 at least had the camera system to tie it together to the previous two, FNAF 4 lacked almost anything that was emblematic of the series up until that point. Due to the nature of the game...
What? Is this like a meme edit, or is this late game FNAF 4? What is happening here?
FNAF 4 kind of just doesn't have any hilariously broken strategies that are worth talking about here. The same thing can be said about Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator.
That's the ultimate custom night? There's so much garbage on the screen. What?
FNAF 4 lacked almost anything that was emblematic.
There's that stupid thing, like, whipping back and forth.
Of the series up until that point. Due to the nature of the game, FNAF 4...
It looks like a malware is installed.
Kind of just doesn't have any hilariously broken strategies that are worth talking about here. The same thing can be said about Sister Location, and Pizzeria Simulator doesn't really have a custom night or challenges.
No!
With that being said, I am gonna skip these games in the discussion if you were wondering, since they don't really fit the criteria for the essay.
Correct.
However, if you'd like to see a more dedicated video covering Ultimate Custom Night, or maybe even the other ones I didn't talk about, let me know in the comments below. Hopefully, this video was able to entertain and educate you about some crazy...
I thought it was quite entertaining.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Minix.
This video did take many hours of research,
I'm
writing,
sure.
and editing. So, if you had a good time, it would mean the world if you subscribed for more content like this and turned on post notifications so you never miss a video. If you want to support me even further, you can donate $5 a month to my Ko-fi to get access to
Ko-fi?
videos in advance.
Not
And you
Patreon?
can also follow my socials and join my community Discord server.
I also have a Discord server.
That being said, that's going to be all from me. Hope
And
you
I
enjoyed
think that's going to be all from me as well. Yeah? Let's see, Ultimate Custom Night. I don't know if I care as much about the Ultimate Custom Night. Is that like its own separate game? And that's also like another 40 minutes. I'm really hungry. I don't know if I can watch a 40-minute video.
About a
So what is Ultimate Custom Night? Oh, he does cover. He got baited by his community. He said he wasn't going to make a video on those, and then the description is, we're covering FNAF 4, Sister Location, and Pizzeria Simulator. Okay, well, I don't want to spoil Pizzeria Simulator, so we, won't watch that. We can watch FNAF 4 and Sister Location, I think. Alright, we'll watch a little bit about this then. It looks like his video for... Oh, wait, never mind. FNAF Custom Nights is its... Oh, wait, no. The part 3 looks like it's not out yet. Of Ultimate Custom Night or whatever. Right? Yeah, he's just got part 1. And then part 2. So it looks like his thing covering Ultimate Custom Night is not out. So we can watch how he broke FNAF 4 and Sister Location. So we won't watch the whole video.
A month ago, I made a video explaining...
So I don't spoil myself on Pizzeria Simulator.
mechanics behind the first 3 Five Nights at Freddy's games, and how skilled players used those mechanics to bring the games to their absolute limits. To tell you the truth,
I do think these like videos that we've been watching this past week and stuff about how like I've actually kind of enjoyed the streams where we've done gameplay and then like done some reaction like in combination during these streams. I think these have been pretty fun. Because we've bounced in like during the Super Metroid stream we watched the other day, we watched like some Super Metroid speed runs at the end of the stream, and you know, in all the FNAF streams we've watched like FNAF videos and lore and research and stuff at the end of after I played through the FNAF game. So these have been really fun, and I think it's kind of interesting that how much the FNAF community has like broken everything down. It kind of just goes to show how successful your game can be if you can get the community on your side. Like, if you can get the community to want to be interested in your game and, like, what it does and how to break it down and everything like that, you can, like, really get it together and get a movement going. Alright.
The reason why the video wasn't longer,
which is why you should like the video and join my Discord so I can get a movement going and become a bigger YouTuber.
And I was just wrong, and I decided to leave it up to you guys whether or not I would make a part 2. Needless to say, the response on the first video was overwhelmingly positive, and I thank all of you for that. So why don't I just give you guys exactly what you want? If you've been on the channel before, welcome back. And if not...
This is something I've had to do multiple times in my time as a YouTuber. I've been like, I'm not doing that. And then the video gets like a couple thousand views and I'm like, alright, fine, fucking, I'll do it again.
Hello, my name is Minaxa, and today I'm going to be talking about how players perfected FNAF custom nights again.
Yeah. I relate to that though as a YouTuber as well. I've definitely been like, I'm not playing this. And then whoops, turns out that was like my most successful video in a while. I guess I will keep playing it.
Now, I shouldn't have to say this, but make sure you watch the first video first. You'll be missing out on a lot of things that the first 3 games had to offer, and I'm gonna assume a lot of base level knowledge that video explains.
FNAF 4 seems complicated.
FNAF 4 is pretty similar to FNAF 3 in the sense that it doesn't exactly have a custom night, but rather a challenge, or in this case, challenges that come after the main portion of the game. These challenges are Blind Mode, Mad Freddy, Insta Foxy, and All Nightmare. There's also Night 8, which is basically just a harder Night 7, and is the game's 420 mode equivalent. I'm gonna go ahead and start by explaining the game's base mechanics, and then we can apply that to the actual challenges. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 is the first Five Nights at Freddy's game to not have a visible map. However, there is still a very specific layout in this game, with many different positions various animatronics can fill. Also similar to previous games, the animatronics function on intervals and AI levels that determine their movement opportunities.
If
you don't understand
watched a breakdown of this,
then you ignored me when I told you to go watch the first video first. I'm gonna break down the animatronics behavior individually, since this game fixes a problem.
when we watched the one guy who broke down the AI of this game, I think we recapped a lot of this information already during the last FNAF stream.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2 has, where most characters function similarly and rather plainly. To dive a little deeper into how they work, we can start with Bonnie and Chica. Their movement opportunities can occur every 5 seconds. Once they are at the door, you must listen for a breathing audio cue and shut the door until you hear deep footsteps indicating that they have walked away. If they are at the door for 20 seconds, minus whatever number night you're on, they'll jump scare you when you next check the bed. Foxy's mechanics while in the halls are pretty similar. He starts in the same place as the other 2 and also has 5-second intervals for movement opportunities. However, unlike the other 2, he can go down either hall. He has 2 specific audio cues that you can listen to
always a little bitch
to determine where he is. If you catch him with your flashlight, he backs off, and you should ideally continue this loop for as long as possible to prevent him from entering the room. Once he does enter the room, his mechanics shift entirely. From there, Foxy utilizes a progress bar ranging from 0 to 10 that slowly rises. He has different visuals for certain ranges of the progress that tell you how close he is to jump scaring you, which occurs at 10 progress. Like the previous 2, his difficulty also increases throughout the night. Funnily enough, despite his movement opportunity occurring every time on 10 or above AI level, it still goes up higher on later nights. Freddy, like Foxy, also has a progress bar ranging from 0 to 80.
I like that he's got his arms up. I thought he was just T-posing, but it's because he's got the little baby Freddies underneath him.
Higher on later nights. Freddy, like Foxy, also
I like didn't notice these at first, but he's got the little baby Freddies on him. That's funny.
Has a progress bar ranging from 0 to 80. His interval is 4 seconds and not 5. For the first 30 units of the progress bar, each 10 progress will spawn a Freddle on the bed, maxing at 3. They progressively get louder depending on how many are on the bed, and you can hear them from other points in the room. Once you reach 60 progress, you're dead. Thankfully, shining the flashlight decreases the progress very quickly. Fredbear and Nightmare act very similarly to each other. Fredbear is present for the entirety of Night 5 and from 4 to 6 a.m. on Night 6, with Nightmare only appearing from 4 to 6 a.m. on Nights 7 and 8. Fredbear's interval is 3 seconds instead of 5, with Nightmare's being 2. You can hear them traversing the living room, but they'll enter the 2 halls silently and jump scare you after certain amounts of time, which get harsher as nights progress. Aside from this, their actual mechanics mostly involve taking the roles of the other 4 animatronics, as they can appear on both sides of the room, in the closet, and on the bed. They teleport to the bed or closet if they've been in a hall for 10 seconds and you go to check the opposite hall. There is a little bit of RNG to this, and often they will play a laugh sound when teleporting, but they can also make fake laughs that give you false information. And that's the basic breakdown of...
So annoying. But again, see, that's one of the things where, like, making that something that's super hard like that, I think is fine if you're playing on, like, an exclusive harder difficulty. Like, if I'm signing up for a challenge mode, and then you add something, like, super ridiculous, like a fake laugh, that I think that's fine. If you do that in part of the base game, I'm like really annoyed. But I can get the I can get behind it in a challenge mode if it's like a subtle audio cue that's meant to trick you or whatever. If you're specifically signing up for like the hardest difficulty or a challenge mode, again, that's fine. But that's like a challenge mode mechanic.
Animatronic. Now, most of that information was taken from It's Taken's very comprehensive...
Hey, we watched this. That's exactly the video I was talking about. Yeah, this was a really good video. We watched this last FNAF stream.
Breakdown on FNAF 4's AI, of which I omitted a lot of specific details for brevity's sake. If you want an even better understanding, go and check out that video as well. With all of that out of the way, we can begin to actually discuss the gameplay. There's a number of funny exploits that have been used for the main nights of FNAF 4. For one thing, a player named Chicken Ninja 42 beat every night from 1 through 7 without any sound. The main idea behind this is to just try checking...
Okay, now we're gonna go back to normal speed because I want to find out how the fuck he did that.
Every point of danger as quickly as possible so as to avoid the need for the sound cues on the left and right sides. On top of that, paying especially close attention to balancing every threat's intervals and getting lucky also plays a massive part.
Yes! Yes! Oh my god!
A user named Brayden, who I will be referencing extensively in this video because he personally helped me quite a bit with writing, also found a strategy for Night 5 that allows you to beat Fredbear without using either side door. The strategy only works if you allow Fredbear to fail a few movement opportunities on purpose, otherwise you probably won't be successful. Let me read an example situation that Brayden would come up with in his description. If he moves to the left hall, I would wait for 3 more movement opportunities to pass, then start counting to 10 for the teleport timer. At about 6, I would then run to the opposite door to teleport him inside the room and wait at the door until the full 10 seconds. This is done so that if he happens to succeed the first movement opportunity, you stop his regular timer before you die, but you also don't force him in too early in case he failed 3 movement opportunities. This will not work if he fails 4 in a row, but if you tried to account for 4, you'd probably die if he happened to succeed the first. So I had to settle for 3 when creating the strategy. Similarly to modern strategies for FNAF 2's 1020 mode...
The level, I gotta talk about just how the level of which people, like, are able to break this stuff down, the sheer dedication to, like, figure some of this stuff out, I could never.
Is utilized to make sure that the intervals can be kept track of properly. After that, it's just a matter of not messing up, and you can beat Fredbear without ever using a door. Moving on to 420 mode, the first person to beat Night 8 was a user named Dinky Dana. The completion was only a day after the game's release, but it...
Did he, like, do a 24-hour stream of the game? A day after it came out, he's like, yeah, I already did everything.
It should be noted that Dinky Dana was one of the few people who were on Scott's VIP list at the time and got access to the game a little earlier than most. The thing I find most interesting about this run is what he says at 3:25.
I'm wondering if it's gonna change at 4 a.m. like the other nights.
This means he didn't even know for sure that Nightmare would be showing up at 4 a.m. because no one else had time to show it. Lo and behold, come 4 a.m., he does appear, and it's just a matter of clutching it out for the next 2 hours.
Yes, we just beat a night 8.
I like how Nightmare showed up for the first time. He's literally the first person to ever see Nightmare, and he was just like...
The main thing to note from this
dude didn't give a fuck.
Completion of 420 mode is that he let Foxy in ridiculously early on into the night. In reality, it's possible to keep Foxy out of the room for the entire night, as long as you manage his sound cues alongside the other animatronics you have to worry about. To be quite honest, managing Foxy correctly was just about the only major optimization that 420 mode really got, at least for the most part. Where FNAF 4 really gets fun is in its other challenges, which can be stacked upon each other to form even harder gameplay. Blind mode forces you to rely on only your ears and awareness to play the game.
No thanks.
Mad Freddy halves Freddy's interval from 4 down to 2. Insta Foxy and All Nightmare are rather self-explanatory. Funnily enough, All Nightmare is actually considered easier than most of these other challenges being stacked upon each other. So, considering that, you may be able to guess that FNAF 4's hardest possible challenge is Blind Mode, Mad Freddy, Insta Foxy, on Nightmare Mode, or Night 7.
Hey, Bloody Bonnie, what's up?
The first person to beat this challenge was none other than DJ Sturf, an iconic figure in the Max Mode community.
That's the dude that fucking had the charts completely decoding FNAF 2. We saw him earlier. Dude's crazy.
The FNAF community in general, who I talked about in the previous video. This was done on the Halloween patch for FNAF 4, which makes mostly visual changes aside from the mangle ambient noise that plays for the entire night. Another minor thing to note is that although it
You're a
isn't
new
shown
fan?
in this video,
Same, I also
it
just
does
started
feature
playing FNAF
fun
like
with Nightmare Balloon
last
Boy
weekend.
game to skip the first hour of gameplay entirely, which you should obviously do. To someone who didn't
So you should
understand
subscribe to
FNAF
this
4
channel, 'cause I'm gonna be
going into
doing
this video,
more
a
FNAF
blind
stuff.
mode challenge probably seemed a bit ridiculous to you, but the audio cues are definitely more important than the visual information in this game. That being said, that doesn't mean that it's easy.
I don't know my
visual
character. Your
information
character
is
should
totally
subscribe.
absent. The reason why this challenge is so hard is mainly because of Foxy, or in this case,
I like that the recurring issue in every FNAF game is Foxy.
Angle. If you remember what I said for 420 mode, the ideal strategy is to keep Foxy out of the room for as long as possible, but Insta Foxy makes that impossible. So the second best thing is to be able to manage him by seeing what stage his progress is on, which is also impossible because you're blind. On top of that, Mad Freddy makes the attention that you'd want to give to Foxy spread even thinner than it otherwise would have been. Overall, the circumstances formulate a deadly combo that makes Foxy the biggest problem.
I'm the problem, it's me.
Oh! Okay, we got it. That's the last one. That's number 6. That was by far the hardest. Oh my goodness.
I'm not in the game or
Fast
story,
forward to a few years ago,
but are you subscribed?
strategies for this challenge had gotten a little more specific in what you should do so as to give as much success as possible.
That's what we
Ideally,
like,
you should
consistent
sit in the
success.
closet and hold the doors shut on Foxy for 7 seconds immediately upon beginning the challenge. It's also recommended to keep your cursor in the center of the room when leaving the bed so that you don't accidentally perform an unintended action, because you hardly have time to make silly mistakes like that. It's also recommended that a timer is used not necessarily to keep track of the intervals, but more simply to keep track of the night itself. FNAF 4's nights are 6 minutes long, 1 for every hour. So
I like that. You can't make an incorrect mouse movement or you're gonna lose.
By the time you get to 4 minutes, you'll know exactly when you need to shift your focus to dealing with Nightmare. With regard to his fake laughs, they're kind of an unfortunate RNG point of the challenge. You can
Ooh,
minimize your
RNG's
chance
always
of dying
bad.
by always checking the bed first and then the closet, because it takes less time to do that, but either way, it's still kind of a matter of getting lucky. There is a way to reduce luck, however. Not for
My luck's always being reduced.
Nightmare, but for everyone else. You see, around December of last year, Brayden, who I mentioned before, did a demonstration of a strategy made by a user named Ace. This strategy is capable of eliminating all luck and making the first 4 hours impossible to die on if done correctly. How is this possible? If you guessed it involved a timer, you have a sharp intuition. The way this strategy works involves the intervals. However, unlike the other games we've talked about before, there is a set pattern you can utilize.
I think we're about to
in your
find out,
route
Francisco, how
eliminate
one beats
any
RNG.
chance for RNG. The steps go like this. Start the timer as soon as the loading screen vanishes and immediately head to the left door and flash it. From there, get rid of the frettles in the bed and then rush to the closet for Foxy. At this point, your timer should be at 11 seconds. Then close the door for 7 seconds until you hit 18. Then flash the frettles
There's so much
again until 21
math you have to
seconds
do in
and
your
run
head
to
in
the
this
left
strat.
door again. This is just the initial setup. If the setup was done correctly, the left door should be reached for the second time by 25 seconds. Just after it crosses 25 seconds, which should be on that 5-second interval, by quickly closing, reopening, and closing the door again, you can then safely flash the hallway at 30 seconds. Then repeat the same on the right side as it crosses 35 seconds and flash at 40. Then run back to the middle to complete a full cycle of the route. The timings from here should be consistent until 4 AM, and it seems like an in-game hour is about a cycle and a half of this route.
Jesus.
The reason why this works for Freddy and Foxy is simple, since it's just a matter of giving them the right amount of attention. But what about the other two?
What about the other
Apparently,
two?
Whenever you close the door on Bonnie or Chica when they're in the middle position of their progression, the game forces them to show up at your door, and they can't be reset if this happens. However, if you just close, reopen, and reclose, the game forces them to be pushed back like you'd normally want them to be, which makes them consistent, thus making everything consistent. Because this strategy standardizes basically every aspect of the gameplay, you could technically beat this with blind mode and no sound. However, that still leaves a massive nightmare-shaped elephant in the room. You can't really standardize Nightmare's gameplay if you have zero information. It's just not possible. So far, nobody has beaten the entire night.
Oh, I was just gonna say, no sound and blind mode hasn't been done because it's super, super dumb, and yeah, Nightmare would just be a guessing game and hoping you get 5 50-50 chances in a row. Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say, someone is probably done that by now, though, just because it's been explicitly called out in this, like, 500,000 view video.
Blind mode and no sound, since it's kind of just dumb luck and no one wants to try that because it wouldn't be that fun.
Someone
Though
will.
it is technically possible. To this day, that's where we stand as far as challenges in Five Nights at Freddy's 4 goes. Now we can move on to Sister Location.
Seeing that it put the corrupt thought of it in my mind of doing it myself. See, I'm glad I'm at the stage in my life where I can see something like that and be like, yeah, I couldn't do that, and then I'm able to be like, nah, not even think about it. I'm already ready to give up. Good on you for still having optimism in your life those 12 hours. That's impressive. Mine's gone. I saw that and was like,
Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location came out on October 7th, 2016.
Gotcha, player.
And it was
That makes sense.
far more ambitious from every FNAF game that came before it, choosing to have different gameplay every night and have a lot of free-roaming aspects. However, there was a secret ending that could be accessed by going to the private room on night 5, which is more commonly known as Private Room or Entered Boss Fight.
Hang on one second before we get this started. Even though it's almost midnight, I haven't had a 5-hour energy in a while, and I kind of want to try one. I think I'm gonna have half of a 5-hour energy. I will be right back. I want some because I want to edit a video after this stream. So, hang on a moment. Never mind. I read on the label how much caffeine was in the 5-hour energy, and I decided against it.
The Ennard boss fight is the first time we get to experience conventional FNAF gameplay since FNAF 3.
Because if I'll have to edit the video a little tired, but it'll be okay. If I had that 5-hour energy, I would probably be up until like 6 a.m. I don't want to be up that late.
The night is a ridiculous 9 minutes long, and the power goes down at a rate of 13.8% per hour, leaving you with only 17.2% for your own use. If you guessed that this night was going to have green runs, you'd be absolutely correct. The map layout is pretty simple, and there's no quirky mechanics to deal with. It's just you and Ennard. Being that he is the only animatronic you're meant to deal with, his behavior is actually pretty interesting. He doesn't begin moving until 40 seconds into the night, and from there, he begins movement opportunities on 10-second intervals. From 1 to 3 a.m.
Actually doesn't seem that bad.
They shorten to 6-second intervals. At 4 a.m., they shorten to 4, and down to 2 in that final hour. He generally has sound cues for when he moves, but can move silently and mislead you on where he really is, similar to Fredbear and Nightmare in FNAF 4. This is to make sure that the cameras aren't redundant, I assume, but they should still be used sparingly so you don't waste power. If you were to run out, his movement opportunities would decrease to every half second. Though, if it's any consolation, his movement opportunities have a 50-50 chance of succeeding regardless of any other factor throughout the night. So you could still survive if you were close enough to the end.
Good.
As far as I know, the history of the Green Run records on this night started on August 26th, 2021, with a player named Kaylin achieving an 8% tied PB run. From this point forward,
the first person to do it only got like 200 views. Rough.
Every single Green Run world record on the Ennard boss fight to this day. But how was it done? Well, at this point, it should be no surprise that a stopwatch is used to monitor his intervals.
Of course.
On top of that, since the map is rather small and you will usually get very specific audio cues, you can do what you'd do in FNAF 3 and 4 and keep track of where the animatronic is in your head. However, since his movement opportunities function on 50-50 chances, there is quite a bit of RNG dictating where he'll actually end up at what time, which translates to how well a green run can go. In instances where he moves
RNG
right,
runs,
left, or right
no.
closet, he's guaranteed to go up to the door on the next movement opportunity. There is also a position invisible to cameras that he starts in and often returns to when his route is reset by being denied office entry. It's also worth noting that using a controller or playing on a PlayStation 4 is actually significantly easier because you can use the D-pad to close the doors rather than hovering over and...
Yeah, see, I think we were just kind of figuring out that the console versions are significantly easier for every FNAF game because you can just button press, which is obviously much faster than mouse movement.
Clicking the buttons in the office. The main things that really suck about attempting this specific green run are the 50-50s on movement opportunities and the sheer length of the night. For most of it, you're just going to be sitting and
easier or fair, that's true. Yeah, probably more fair.
An unfortunate series of silent movements isn't about to kill your green run. Because of this, it's easy to understand.
Because there's all sorts of inaccuracies that can happen with mouse movement, right? But if you're just pressing the button, like, there's no inaccuracy to be had.
The first of these green runs could be only
massively reduces the possibility of human error.
Improved over time to 14% within just a few weeks.
But there's like a whole human error element to using the mouse.
Then, Kaylin achieved the current world record almost 2 years ago now, 15.8%, only 1.4% off of the theoretical perfect green run. And to this day, that's where the Ennard boss fight green run stands. There's one more thing that I can briefly show off related to this, just because I think it's cool. So, 6 months ago, DJ Surf was able to beat the night without using the camera at all. Basically, it just requires getting lucky with not having silent movements through the doors, It's not particularly impressive compared to the high-level green runs. I
Yeah.
just thought it was neat and worth mentioning.
It worked.
I like that he added the subtle dig of like, yeah, it's not impressive.
Oh my goodness.
Sister Location's Custom Night DLC was released on December 1st, 2016, about 2 months after the original game. Just like FNAF 2, the
Dude, Scott always like is constantly updating the games. I mean, I guess he always releases them as new games for the most part, but he's like constantly just fucking cranking stuff out for this series.
This challenge was this game's version of 1020 mode. Also, like FNAF 2, it's useful to separate the threats into categories just so you know exactly what you're dealing with, but before I tell you about the categories, I'll go ahead and talk about how they all work in great detail. Ballora operates on sound cues to tell you which side of the office she's near and how close to the door she is. She has a counter that gets set to 50 every time she moves, which goes down by 1 every 0.2 seconds. Once her AI level is greater than or equal to this counter, she moves again. At 4 a.m., 5 will be added to her AI value, with an additional 5 being added at 5 a.m. Funtime Freddy also has sound cues on the sides of the office, and he will send Bonbon into your office through the door if it's open. His counter is set to 30
Oh,
at
Bonbon
10
is
seconds
his
into
little
the night, or
glove.
once he switches sides, which goes down by 1 every second. Similarly to Ballora, once this counter is greater than or equal to the AI level, he will switch sides again. At every 3-second interval, a random number from 0 to 39
How do people
is
figure this
picked,
stuff out?
and
These
if
are so
Freddy's
many
AI is
rules.
greater than or equal to it for at least 250 frames since the last movement occurred, he will send Bonbon, which has a 2 out of 3 chance to be on the same side as Freddy, and a 1 out of 3 chance to be on the opposite side. Compared to that, Yendo is pretty simple, drawing a number between 1 and 25 every time the camera is
Yendo.
flipped. If the AI is greater than or equal to that number, he will drain 1 oxygen every 20 milliseconds and kill you after 100 minus the AI level times 2 frames.
100 milliseconds he'll kill you in?
Set between 40 and 50 when viewing Cam 7, along with a timer for when he leaves. Every quarter second, 1 is subtracted from this value, and if the counter is less than his AI level, he will advance in his progression by 1 stage, and that counter will re-randomize. He will attempt to attack when the timer reaches a value lower than his AI level. Once Foxy leaves, he will knock on the right door once 5 seconds has passed. If he's thwarted successfully, his timer will be set to a random value between 30 and 40, 1% of your power will be stolen, and his progression value will be reset to a number between 0 and 1. Bonnet is another simple one. Similarly to Yendo, a number between 0 and 30 is drawn and compared to her AI level when the cameras are flipped. If her AI is greater, she will appear, and you must click on her nose before she finishes advancing to the left side of the screen. Bidybab functions on 3-second intervals, at the end of which a number between 0 through 49 is drawn and
It's just so much random crap in this night. Holy shit.
Is greater, she will advance by a stage. Her final stage will be reset if the vent door is closed on an attempted office entry. Similarly to Ballora, her AI will increase by 5 at 4 a.m. and 5 again at 5 a.m. Electrobab will advance towards the closet in Cam 4 with a counter being set to 30 every time this advancement is done, or when you shock them to go away. Every
Holy crap.
this counter goes down
They're still
by
going
1,
over
and
animatronics
when
in this
that counter
mode.
becomes less than or equal to their AI level, they will appear. Every 5 seconds, 1% of your power will be drained, but the entire process is reset if you give them a controlled shock. Minarina has near identical AI to Electrobab with a counter set to 30 that goes down by 1 every second that acts once it becomes less than or equal to their AI level. However, the action that gets done here is a progression by 1 stage, which resets their counter. Every stage makes them drain 1 oxygen, but at increasing
Well, I just got
speed.
that's supposed to be like mini
Stage 1
ballerina.
is 0.5 seconds, stage 2 is 0.25 seconds, then 0.1 seconds, 0.07 seconds, and every subsequent stage is 0.05 seconds until a controlled shock resets them to stage 0. Minirena 2 is another copy and paste of Yendo and Bonnet's AI, but instead it adds 1 Minirena to your screen in the office until there are 5 of them which do not go away. Finally, we have Lolbit, who serves as a superficial distraction which can be dissuaded by typing LOL onto your keyboard during gameplay. On 3-second intervals, a number between 0 and 49
That's funny.
is drawn and compared to his
That one's
AI
totally
value.
random.
If it is greater and the LOL keys have not been pressed within the last 5 seconds, he will appear on the first monitor. After 150 minus the AI level times 3 frames from that moment, he will appear on monitor 2. And after the same amount of time, he'll appear on monitor 3. And after that,
someone should mod it so that he has the Microsoft Sam voice and he just says LOL over and over again.
Allowed to fully progress, his logo, which covers your screen, will appear and automatically go away after 400 frames. And that is a very detailed explanation of how every animatronic in this mode works. So, how do we categorize them? Well, the easy one is office animatronics, which are Bonnet, Yendo, Lolbit, and Minarina 2. Then you have sound cue animatronics like Ballora, Freddy, and Bidybab. Then you can easily categorize the 2 shock animatronics into one set, and finally you're left with Foxy, who almost always needs to be quirky and different in the games that he's in. Individually, just groups of these threats are pretty overwhelming for newer players, but altogether it makes for straight-up sensory overload. Funnily enough, though, once you do learn what's going on, it's probably one of the most consistent and least luck-based of all of the max modes. As proof of this, it only took the challenge's first victor, Hippozilla, 30 minutes to beat after having practiced on the, old version? I'll get to that in a bit. Since power is a pretty constrained resource on this night, the main strategy involved keeping your camera on Foxy for most of the night and switching to the closet cams to get rid of the ones that drained power and oxygen when necessary. Foxy's camera is absolutely essential here because you need to know pretty quickly when he's left. Aside from that, the challenge is mostly about being skilled at dealing with the threats individually and bringing it all together and doing it for 6 minutes.
Look at, they're laughing at you trying to have fun.
As a quick fun fact, a user named Insta has actually beaten this mode at 200% speed. It has certain advantages and disadvantages. For one thing, the night is only half as long, and the game goes so fast that sometimes Funtime Freddy's attacks may cancel themselves out. However, Bonnet is super fast. Funtime Foxy needs
That's
to
so arbitrary. I'm gonna do this at 200 times speed.
Bidybab is super fast in the vents, and Yendo only gives you a 0.75 second window before straight up killing you. It's pretty damn absurd, but it was done.
Yes! Yes! It took me too much time. Jesus Christ.
They thought I was you.
Holy crap, it took me too much time.
So, what about that old version that I mentioned a bit ago? Well, on December 2nd, Scott would unlock Golden Freddy mode in an update for the Custom Night DLC. He himself had managed to beat it on the first few difficulty presets, but the very hard difficulty, which was 1020 mode, he said he couldn't even get past 1 AM on.
That's so funny, because once the developer says, like, yeah, we probably can't beat this, you know someone's going out for it.
This was the pre-patch version of Sister Location's Custom Night. The update that released on December 3rd would add a bit more power to 1020 mode and also added the secret cutscene you received for beating it. And only then was anyone actually able to complete the challenge.
Yeah.
Because this game had some mechanics that ran on frames similar to Foxy in FNAF 1, there were people who beat the pre-patch 1020 with frame rate manipulation that allowed them to have more power than they normally would have. That trick could also be used to achieve insane green runs, but
This guy's music choice for these videos is wild.
For obvious reasons. Months would pass, and those months turned into a year. And then it just kept going. Nobody would dare to even attempt it because of how difficult it was. Until Zombie Gabriel came along.
I timed that perfectly.
Hey YouTube, Zombie Gables here, and today I'd like to bring you my completion of Old 1020, the very first in the Five Nights at Freddy's community, and the only one probably for a while, because this is absolutely insane.
I always like when they cut to like the most hardcore gamer you've ever seen, and it's always just like some 16-year-old kid. It's the same thing when you watch like esport leagues of like League of Legends and stuff, and they like cut to all of the like big name players, and they're always just some young kid.
The creator himself, and has finally been proven wrong. I'm able to predict it. That's so good. I'm gonna really hope I didn't lose power there, because if I did, then runs down. Or maybe I'm really far behind. That was close.
A teenager with unlimited free time, the ultimate gaming warrior. Very true. I was much better at games when I was younger as well.
Oh my god. I just did.
I long to ever be that happy. So far, this kid and Markiplier both have had happier moments than I've ever had in my life. I've never reacted to anything with that much sheer joy. I'm so jealous.
This was a monumental achievement. To put into perspective how hard this challenge really is, Zombie Gabriel only had 1% power remaining. In the past few years, a newer strategy to increase your screen gamma has been used so that the oxygen depletion from the min arenas could become an irrelevant factor, since it doesn't actually turn your screen completely black for whatever reason. A lot of people decided to use a strategy, and a lot of other people decided not to use a strategy, as it's definitely leaning towards being a cheese strat.
Yeah, if you have to adjust the settings on your computer, it's a cheese strat, for sure. I would definitely call that a cheese strat. If you have to like go into your computer settings and like modify them to play the game, you're cheesing it. Like that's the same with the frame rate, manipulating the gamma. I think those are cheese strats.
Judging the remaining power from many successful runs that would come after it, I calculated that the average power remaining in the run often would be about 0.42%, with every run ending on either 1 or on a 0% blackout.
That margin of error is so tiny. You can literally make no mistakes.
Knowing this, it should go without saying that doing green runs on this version without frame manipulation is just straight up impossible. So I'll go ahead and talk about post-patch green runs instead. Actually, I lied. On January 7th,
using a troll emoji or a troll emote in the year 2023. I respect that.
22 Shooter 25 uploaded a 4% green run of the
Dude, this shooter guy is broken like literally every FNAF game. That's wild.
Patch challenge. This time, a timer and the gamma strat were being combined so that the gameplay could be as efficient as possible. The timer would make it so that inputs could be performed more precisely for the animatronics that ran on intervals, but when you're doing it at this level, it basically becomes a below.
I will clarify, I don't think timers are cheese strats though. Because I don't think timers are cheese, because that's not really interfering with the settings. You're just keeping track of like something that's objectively happening. I don't think timers are cheese, but like fucking with the gamma like this is a cheese.
And Biddy Bab RNG Fest. The next day, while aiming for a 5% run, he'd get a crazy 7% run instead. Funnily enough, DJ Surf had theorized this wasn't even humanly possible. About half a year later, Bullon would get an 8% run, then 9% on November 1st of that same year. Then finally, on May 18th, 2023, the...
You can imagine the amount of time, not only compiling all this info that this guy's doing for this video, but also figuring out who did it in what order is also pretty fucking crazy. Because he's going to have to be looking through YouTube videos like via date, which is something I've never even attempted. Like, that's crazy. If DJ Surf said it was impossible, I would not bother. Yeah, if the human calculator said you couldn't do it, I also probably would not bother.
current green run record for the pre-patch challenge happened, a 10% run. According to them,
Green run in every other FNAF, 20+%. This game, 10%.
11% is the realistic human limit for this challenge, and 13% is the theoretical max. The same runner also has the post-patch world record, which stands at 24%.
What? Oh, this is post-patch, though.
And that should probably show you just how difficult pre-patch really is.
Because, yeah, post-patch is like double what he was expecting. Okay. I don't want to spoil the mechanics of Pizzeria Simulator, so we're going to stop watching here now that he's completed the games that we've played. So we still have to stream Pizzeria Simulator at some point. I kind of want to go big. So I think the next FNAF game we do, because we're still going to be going down this FNAF rabbit hole basically all of October, because I am enjoying myself. Even if I don't particularly find the game super fun, like I didn't exactly find Sister Location to be like a fun game, I'm still having fun diving into the lore of the games and then seeing like how massive the FNAF community is and how they've broken these games down. So I think we're still going to keep going down the FNAF rabbit hole, but I want to go bigger with the FNAF games. So I want to do Security Breach next, which I know kind of skips around stuff in the lore. But with Security Breach being like the big budget FNAF game, I want to do that next. So that's what we'll do next week. And then I'll get around to World and Pizzeria Simulator at some point. Maybe we'll do a joint stream of those two games. But yeah, I want to do Security Breach and the Ruin DLC. So I know that's skipping around a little bit, but I kind of want to do the bigger budget games. Get out of indie hell, where he's no longer an indie dev, but he's got a team making the games now with Security Breach. So I think that'll be fun. We're going to check that out. I'll be doing all kinds of other stuff throughout the week. Search Funtime Foxy Voice. I'm about to, we're wrapping up here, I think. We've watched enough for today. But, yeah, we'll be doing more FNAF. I'm going to be doing all kinds of other videos during the week as well. Honkai Star Rail, the new banner character, comes out. Jinglu, who's voiced by my one of my favorite, or the only VTuber I watch, and she's a cover singer on YouTube, Amelie. So we'll be doing Honkai Star Rail on Wednesday, so I can roll for the new banner character. And then I don't know what I'm doing Thursday, Friday yet. I'm talking to one of my buddies. You guys probably know him, Adam, who's been a part of the who's been a part of my YouTube channel for like the I think for like almost a decade now. Adam's a longtime friend of mine. We might be doing co-op Resident Evil 5 if he's got time. So we might be doing that, and then we'll do yeah, Security Breach. So, lots of cool things coming up this week. And I also will be posting the Assassin's Creed Mirage Collector's Edition video that I'm going to try to edit now that the stream is over tonight as well, to have that posted in time tomorrow. So, lots of things coming on the channel. So, hope you enjoyed. I've been having a lot of fun, and I hope you are too. And if you are, please give me a subscribe and click the bell button so you don't miss out on all of these future streams. Drop a like on the stream if you enjoyed my suffering. And of course, join my Discord channel so you could chat and talk and have fun even after the streams are over. But that's all from me tonight. Like I said, hope you guys had a good one. No stream Monday, Tuesday, but I'll still be posting a video. And yeah, that's it. Have a good one, you guys. See ya next time. Bye.